Welcome to the GameChanger 00100 show. I'm your host, GameChanger. Okay, came across somebody interesting. Wanted to cover her real quick. This is yet another Filipina woman who has a lot to say about Black men and Black women. Now, what's more interesting than what she is saying is why she's saying anything. You see, it's amazing how much thought women from this particular island, and I'm pretty sure other parts of Southeast Asia, give to Black people because we are a minority population in a country in the world where it's not like a major things. There's wars going on in places, and well, she's not just talking about Black Americans. So if you take that away, then yeah, they're probably thinking about the diaspora from time to time. So granted, and to be fair, we're thinking about them. So yeah, I kind of get where they're going, but they seem to know a lot of intricate details about the relationships and interactions with between Black men and Black women. And we know little to nothing about the interaction between the day-to-day interactions or the, I don't know, tension, hostility, whatever you want to call it, between a Filipino and a Filipina. So it is interesting to watch. Found another one, and well, actually, let's just let her do the talking. All right. Fair use, fair use.
If you have dark skin, you're either a maid or people make fun of you. Of Black women or dark skinned Filipina women compared to light skinned Filipina, it means their status is lower. Yes, if you're a dark skinned Filipina, your status is more likely lower in terms of attraction. So in the Philippines, if you want to apply for a job, you're more likely to get hired when you have lighter skin. And I also noticed that if you want to become an actress or an actor in the Philippines, they would want you to change your complexion in terms of taking gluta or using whitening products to whiten your skin. And have you not noticed from watching a lot of movies from the Philippines? If you have dark skin, you're either a maid or people make fun of you. And I know many of you will say, oh, that's not true. I've lived in the Philippines for such a long time and I've never experienced discrimination or racism. Everyone was so nice to me. Now, the question is, do you know or understand the language? In the Philippines, there are people who are plastic or phony. They don't necessarily say that on your face. They normally say that behind your back. And many of them will say, hala ka itom, that's Visaya. Or they will say, oh my God, ang itim naman. It means,
Okay. As many of you know, I've been to the Philippines. And yes, when I walked into the club, they did say Haloko Mignon. And I was wondering what that means. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. If they said something in their native language, I didn't know what it was, nor did I care to remember what was said. Now, I want to point out something because this is going to cause confusion later. Is that there is a difference between, she made it a point to say that this video is about dark skinned Filipinas, not Black women in the sense that we understand it.
oh wow, his skin or her skin is dark. Or other terms they use in Tagalog and Bisaya, they would say, maganda ka sana kung maputi ka lang, or guwapa unta ka kung puti ka, meaning you would be beautiful if you have lighter skin. I feel like in the Philippines, we mostly experience more on discrimination than racism. And have you not noticed a lot of dark-skinned Filipina would prefer to marry a foreigner because foreigner appreciates more the morena color than the lighter skin color. And for the Filipinas, it would make them feel special because in the Philippines, they are not wanted. And hence why a lot of dark-skinned Filipina would choose to whiten their skin or take some capsule to whiten their skin. because a lot of these girls were probably bullied a lot for having dark skin. Now, you have to understand that in the Philippines, there are millions of Filipino who have darker skin. And how many Filipinos do you think receive discrimination by our own people? So you can't judge us, people, because we Filipinos experience a lot of discriminations in the Philippines, especially Filipinos who have curly hair and dark skin. So it's basically Filipinos versus Filipinos. And for me, it's frustrating and disappointing because it's our own people that bring us down, whereas other country is lifting us up. So what is the status of
Okay. So basically, what she's describing there is colorism. Colorism exists. It seems primarily amongst the women. They really don't talk much about men. However, darker skinned Filipino men. And believe it or not, there are Filipinos who are not mixed with Black or African and things like that, who are darker than many Blacks and Africans, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. That's just the way things happen from well, there's a reason for that I won't get into, but it's similar to the Aboriginal people. So yeah, there is that. There is a there is a group of people there. I don't know why the men are not complaining that much. I don't know if the women find the darker skinned Filipino men unattractive. Um, of course, I wouldn't have reason to research that until now, to where it just occurred to me. However, I can imagine that if you are a Filipino woman, you don't want your daughter to be ridiculed, teased, and treated a certain way. So you probably would avoid a person who would generate such a daughter. I'm guessing, I'm not sure. I'm not sure that that's how it works. Now, I will say this. The stigma that applies to darker skinned Filipino women does not apply to Black women or Filipino girls who are mixed with Black. I know this because I asked a half Black Filipino chick when I was in the Philippines about that very thing, and she was like, "No, that wasn't a problem." Now she did have a problem. She did have a lot of other problems growing up, but it wasn't kids teasing her. She had different problems. I won't get into details on that, but it had nothing to do with her physical appearance or anything like that. In fact, she was considered attractive. She often told me that girls would assume this is really weird, because she was of African descent, not a darker or tan Filipina. They assumed that she was taller than she was. She told me the story about how when they were taking pictures, her and some other girls, they asked her to stand in the back because she's tall, and she said, "You're taller than me." So I guess they associate dark skin in the sense of African descent with being tall. The reason that I suspect, and this is true in India as well, the reason why I suspect that it's not really a good look for darker skinned Filipina, hit the like button. Why it's not a good look for darker skinned Filipina is because darker skin is really a class thing. It shows typically the women who work outside the fields, in agriculture and things like that. They, of course, are going to tan under the Filipino sun, and they'll have darker skin. Where women who are housewives or who live more privileged lives, perhaps they work indoors, secretary, clerical, customer service, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Since they've been inside all day, they'll be lighter. They didn't have a reason to tan. So I think that when you see that enough, a chick that looked like she's been picking, I don't know what they pick out there, maybe rice or something. A chick that looked like she's been working the field and she has dark skin, and a chick that looks like she's been, filing her nails in between calls and stuff like that. You will make that mental association between light and dark, and then you will have a perception of darker skinned Filipina, not if you, which really doesn't transfer over to women who are born with darker skin because they have a higher melanin content because they are of African descent. Get it? Got it? Good. So yeah, it is a thing like that. All right. So let's go to the next video of hers. I really want to break this woman down because I find her very interesting. Well, there's another reason why I'd break her down, but yeah, nah, I'm joking. She got a boyfriend, so, or husband or whatever. So salute to her. All right.
Of Black women or dark-skinned Filipina.
Hold up. Hold up. Let me bring up the next one.
Why? Both.
Okay, so this is a
I think
response. This is a response to the previous video. Apparently, Black women heard the last video, and Black women really don't like, nor should they, nor should anybody. Black women really don't like hearing that they are not the preferred choice of any group of men. They don't like hearing that because it really damages their ethnic reputation. And they, as all women, are a commodity. And they don't want negative advertisements of that particular commodity, which they are. They don't.
Most Black people hear negativity around them. Why make a video that focuses on other negative issues Black women have to face? Why? Well, my friend, to answer your question, why? But first, I would like to say that the world doesn't just revolve around Black people. It revolves the entire people who's living on Earth. And just because I'm talking about color, particularly on Black, it doesn't mean I'm talking about certain people. And if I say the word Black and a lot of Black people somehow get offended by it and basically not listen to the entire video and get offended and say bad things about it, then that's not my problem. That's on them. And I also understand what Black people go through, okay? I have an idea of what's going on, but obviously I'm not a Black person, so I don't really completely understand the whole situation. However, I am aware of what is going on. You also have to understand, my friend, as I said earlier, you're not the only people on Earth. We Filipinos, not just Black Africans, experience racism, discrimination, and a lot more in the Philippines. So you can't say, oh, I should not talk about it. Well, I have to talk about it because it's some sort of issues in the Philippines. The Philippines, we face a lot of discrimination towards a lot of Black people and brown people, and people have curly hair and people are short. A lot of things, my friend, okay? No, I'm not just focusing on you guys. I'm focusing about the entire conversation, and I'm trying to understand a lot of things here too. And I know I said Black is a color. Obviously, it's not. Black is a shade. I think most.
Okay. Black is a color. Or rather, it's the absence of all color, but it's still classified as a color, kind of like 0 is a number, even though it's the absence of numbers, both negative and positive with value. Nevertheless, Black is a color, but it really don't matter the semantics of it. What matters is she's right in the arrogance. It's really a sign of slight narcissism and or ignorance when you hear Black women and assume that they're talking. You hear Black women from a woman who's not in the US, and you in the US assume that they're talking about you, even though she said that she's talking about darker skinned Filipinas in the previous video. She says she's talking about darker skinned Filipinas, to which they call Black. Kind of like if we lived in a world where it wasn't anything else but Black people. And the lightest skin, the Shamar Moors of the world, of this world we live in, this Wakanda world we live in, we called him white. And then when you expand to the other world, it's like, no, what we say, what we mean when we say white is we're talking about people Shamar Moore's complexion, or Jasmine Guy's complexion, or Tisha Campbell's complexion. We wasn't really talking about actual, like, your definition of white. They have their own definition of black, which really includes darker skinned Filipinos and Filipinas. But a lot of black women, by my definition, which is ADOS, African American, whatever you want to call it, they got offended and they attacked her like, how dare you talk about black women like that? So once again, ignorance, hypersensitivity, and a little bit of narcissism led them to this conclusion. But her response is interesting because essentially she's like, listen, I don't care. I'm talking about my problems, my country's problems, my native country's problems. And it has nothing to do with you. I bet you think this song is about you, don't you? Is essentially what she's getting at. And they're saying, yes, you're talking about me. Like, that person who you whisper something to somebody and then somebody out of nowhere just said, are you talking about me? That's always an awkward feeling. You always just kind of like, wait, what? And it has nothing to do with that person. Like, why would you think that? Why would you think that you're on our mind like that? But is what it is. All right.
Hola everyone, here I am again, another day, another story from me. So one day I was on live, and during that time I was also accepting people to be part of my live. So at some point, one of my guests was a chocolate man. I don't exactly what his name was, but I called him Biggie Biggie with his permission, of course. And the reason why I called him Biggie Biggie is because he was a big guy. And he also reminds me one of my favorite rapper, Biggie Biggie Biggie, can't you see? Sometimes your eyes can hypnotize me. So when I asked his permission if I could call him Biggie Biggie, he said he didn't mind it. Anyway, to make the story short, I asked him if he was interested or attracted to Filipina. And he was like, of course I'm attracted to Filipina. And then I asked him, Biggie Biggie, if I am single, would you be attracted to me? And he was like, to be honest, Helga, you are attractive. However, I don't think I can be physically attracted to you. And I was like, why, Biggie Biggie? He said, because you're so tiny. And I was
okay, I'm going to stop right there. I have to say that she completely murdered that song. She killed that song. And did she say eyes? Because I thought the song went your words. I thought it was sometimes your words just hypnotize me, but she said your eyes. And so she's like my favorite rapper. It's like, oh crap, I mean, don't get me wrong. I like her. I do. Or I should say I like things about her. But that was what I just don't do that again. Just do not do that again. Oh crap. I remember in the 90s, I was out on a double date, me, my homie, and an Ethiopian girl and her cousin, right? And there's a lot. I'll probably do like a separate story time about that whole date. But one thing that happened was, y'all remember that song, Jigga? What's my mother name? Jigga, like that song. So that came on, And they liked the song. They heard it before. They're familiar with Black American culture. So they liked the song, but they murdered it. They murdered it. It was like Jaga. It was Jaga. And I thought that was like Shaka Zulu, like what they called them. It was just they just murdered. Some people, when you have an accent, you just murder songs. You just murder it. So yeah, she murdered that. All right, so enough on that. Another thing was the way she talked about his preference, meaning that he likes bigger women and he likes curvy. So teach his own, that's his preference. I don't think that it means what a lot of people think it means. I don't think that he likes Lizzo. I think that, well, I don't know what this man's taste is. It's really not that important. What is interesting is her reaction to him. Her reaction to him was like, do you find me attractive? How she immediately went to, I'm seeking validation. I'm seeking validation from you. And even though I classify you as a man who is, quote, who I classify you as a man who's self-proclaimed to be black and ugly as ever. So she's saying that you look like a guy who says that he is black and ugly as ever. And she still wants to qualify herself against him. Am I attractive to you? Because your validation has value to her. Let's continue.
And I was like, whew, I thought you were gonna say I'm not beautiful. And I was like, oh no, don't think that way. The reason why is because I would feel so bad of crushing you and you don't have a lot of meat in you. And I was like, okay, I understand. So then I asked him, so what kind of Filipina or type of Filipina you like though? And then he said, well, I'm attracted to big girls, as in curvy. And then I told him, oh, Biggie, you have nothing to worry because there are a lot of curvy girls in the Philippines. So the point and lesson to this story is my last video, I mentioned about how a lot of Black men are attracted to curvy women or big girls. And then a lot of my Black brothers and sisters, especially my sisters, accused me of insulting big girls Filipina and as well as Black men. So basically, they twisted my story that apparently big girls are left over specifically for Black men only. And I was like, no matter what I say here, it's never enough or I'm racist. Anyway, the other lesson of this story is a lot of Filipinos in the Philippines are super attracted to big girls. However, not a lot of them are being treated fairly or being treated with respect. And because of my friend Biggie, I encourage a lot of chocolate men here to marry a Filipina. All I can say to you is respect them and love them. And most of all, appreciate them. Thank you.
Okay. She's a little bit of what she said is cap. I will say that, and I'll get into what it is. First, I do want to say this, and I got to get this out there. This dude here, don't know him. Salute to this brother. I do not care one bit about smashing a chick. And maybe because I'm not a huge dude. Maybe because I'm not overweight dude or like a BABG, a big ass black guy. Maybe because I'm not that, I don't worry about it. I'm not like some 250-pound fat and or muscle dude that, you know, feel that I would just crush a 120-pound chick. I don't feel that way about myself. But if I did see a small woman that I'm attracted to, let's just say 90 to 110 pounds or something like that, I don't think about that. I don't say, oh no, I'm gonna crush her. I do not care. I am not sensitive. I'm not a sensitive lover. I'm gonna just throw that out there. I'm not a sensitive lover. I do not act in coitus with her in mind. That being said, that changes, and this is why I avoid this situation whenever it's known to me. That changes if and when I find out that she is or was or will become or what have you pregnant. I shouldn't say will become, but if there's a baby there, I become extremely, extremely. And I'm not talking about because, like, if I know, I just don't go. And it's for that reason. But like, even afterwards, and they tell me, like, oh, yeah, well, by the way, I'm 2 months or I'm 3 months or something like that. Even though if they tell me at that point, then I'm like, oh crap, I hope I didn't crush it. Then I just like cringe a little bit, like, oh man, it's a baby in there. I hope I didn't hurt it. Like, don't know why I'm just that way. Now, another thing, been to the Philippines, it is not full of curvy women. I could count on maybe two hands the number of C cups that I've seen. We're not talking about double D's here. I'm talking C's. I could count. It is extremely rare. They are bees. It's a beehive. It's a beehive. So I think when she's talking about what he like, and I don't know what he like. I don't know, because sometimes, and here's the problem with words in the Black community, especially when it comes to fat. Any word that we use to describe a woman who is Rubenesque or buxom, I'm going to use those words because these are old-timey white people words for a certain body type. Anytime we use those words, what happens is a lot of fat women use those words to describe themselves, and thereby diminishing the meaning of them. So it could mean that he was talking one thing and she was talking another, or they both were talking about one, the original definition of thick. Nevertheless, I will say that because when I was in the Philippines, I went to the go-go bars from time to time. Actually, a lot of the time. And the girls who work at the go-go bars, just so you know, are almost always prostitutes. Meaning, in addition to, it's kind of like a stripper, except they are far less, it's less dance. They don't really dance. They just kind of two-step. There's no pole acrobatics, or there's very little pole acrobatics, which is one thing I did like about the strip clubs in America. And they keep their clothes on, but it's lingerie. But the main difference is you can have sex with them. Prices vary, I'm sure, but you can have sex with them. So when I walk in, I think it was maybe like twice. The bigger Filipinas, which there are very few of, approach aggressively. Now, it could be that they approached aggressively because I'm Black and they just assume that I have a lower bar. Or it could be that they approach aggressively because they are not flip and float slim and they need to make up for it by being aggressive. It could be either or. Who knows, but they are aggressive, and I do understand that they're not wanted by the Filipino man in the world. I get that. I really don't care. If you're not wanted, it doesn't make you more attractive to me. Let's just leave it like that. But salute to her, salute to this brother Biggie, and let me continue. Hit the like button. All right, this is where
Can you do one on Black?
This is where it starts to get real. This is where you see the
You do
hatred.
one on
This is where you start to see the hatred that a lot of women have for this woman, a lot of Black women have for this
Can
woman.
you
This is
do
where you
one
see why. Because you've seen the previous videos and how there was a misunderstanding of how little desire Filipino men have for Black women, even though she was really talking about darker skinned Filipino women. But one thing, I don't want to say that they hate it more, but one thing that they hate equally is equal to finding out that another tribe don't really find them that hot. In addition to that, they also dislike when other tribes find their men attractive. And this is where she received a lot of hate.
on Black men, please, love? Yes, I will tell you why many Filipina love Black men. But I'm pretty sure that many of you will say, oh my God, she's racist. Oh my God, everything I say is racist, right? Anyway, let us start from number one. Reasons why Filipina love Black men. So number one, Black men are so handsome. That's right, Black men are so handsome. Number two, chocolate men are very strong. Filipina love it when our men can protect us from any possible harm and danger. Number three, their world is so big. Many Filipinas love big world. That's right. Number four, five, and six, chocolate men are caring, loving, and romantic. And many chocolates men mama told them, boy, you better treat your woman the way your papa treat your mama with respect. You see, if they don't treat their woman right, they will get in trouble from their mama. Number seven, chocolate men have an amazing smile. They have the best smile ever. Number eight and nine, chocolate men are funny and talented. But to be honest with you, my friend, Filipino men and chocolate men are the same. Except number three. Now you know. Can you
Okay. Let me go over this list with you. And then I'll explain what big world mean, because it's not what you think. She says in another video, it's not what you think. But I'll explain to you what it is. Let me move forward. And there was actually some things that surprised me on this list, and we'll get into that. Now, number one didn't really surprise me about that they find us handsome. And I don't know if it's really more exotic than handsome, but that doesn't really surprise me. And also for a number of reasons, it really don't surprise me that they find that. And also strong, of course, that's an obvious. Now, the protection thing is a object of appreciation by Filipino women. And they have a different definition of protection than what we're used to. Because what we as Black men who have primarily dealt with Black American women are used to protection, protection is closer, more akin to, the situation where on Baby Boy, where she was writing her ex-boyfriend in prison, then he comes out and she invites him and his boys to live with her, and then after kicking you out the house and smacking you, and then when this rogue renegade or just derelict Black man is pushing up on her, then she says, protect me from a danger that I invited on myself. That is their definition of protection, or their definition of protection is more akin to Ayana's cousin. Ayana's cousin who got with a dude that she thought was a killer, and she says, "Are you so you're man enough to take a life, but you're not man enough to take care of a life?" And then he's like, "I gotta go. Peace. I'm not going to take care of a kid that likely isn't mine because I used a condom when having sex with you." So then she calls Ayana's cousin and he shoots her. That is their definition of protection. What I found is that the Filipina definition of protection is a lot different. And it really doesn't have anything to do, it doesn't have to do, it doesn't have much to do with smacking up a dude. So I was walking in the Philippines with a Filipina girl. And what I noticed is that Filipinos on the street, they like two things, one of which I like, and that is they like to play chess on the streets, which I enjoy. And I'll visit any country where they do that culturally. And another thing that they like to do is they like to play basketball, much like in Black America, they like to play basketball. So they'll have these hoops out and they'll play their game. And we was walking past, and a ball came in our direction while we was walking. So I pushed her back, and then I pushed the ball out the way so it didn't hit her. Now that's just something that you do reflexively. You don't really think about that, and you would do it for anybody. You do it if a kid or any. That's something that you pretty much just have in you to do. You know how if you're driving and you have to brake all of a sudden, and somebody's in your passenger seat, and you just kind of put your arm out, just in case they don't have their seatbelt on, you just push your arm out. So yeah, I know. I seen a show where they just like you trying to fill her up, but no, you just put your arm out so they don't, so they don't bump their head or something like that. And that's just like natural, but it's just a natural reflexive behavior. That is more akin to how they see protection. And she told me that she appreciated that. She like later that night she was like, I greatly appreciate you. You the basketball was coming my way. She was really just talking it up, and I didn't even think much about it. So there is a there when it comes to protection. They do appreciate that, and I guess they like that it's instinctive in Black men to do such things. All right. Big World. Big World is basically the Filipinos is a small island in the sense of the world, and the Black diaspora is very big, which means that there's a number of different cultures and stuff like that that can influence it. And when you're dealing with a Black man, you're dealing with the person who's a part of that diaspora, many different aspects and culture. That's what she means by that. So she appreciates that. Caring, loving, romantic. Yeah, I could see that she is getting those type of guys. There are different perceptions of Black men, many of which don't have anything to do with those three. I will say you could get the best and worst men that do not have these qualities at all. But if you're looking for those qualities amongst Black men, you will find it, and it won't be very difficult to find it. Amazing smile. Okay, so I'll take her on her word. Funny. No. And this is because I am the funniest Black man on the planet, which means that all of you are less than me in funny. So I have to say that relative to me, y'all not funny. That being the case, you can't say Black men are funny. So I'm funny as hell. And can't really say that we are. And talented, yeah, we are talented. Unfortunately, it works against us in many aspects of life, but I don't know of a group of people who are more talented than Black people, particularly Black Americans. And similar to Pinoy, in every way other than come from a larger community. Okay. Okay. I don't really know much about Filipino men in the Philippines, but I guess that. I mean, they like chess, basketball, stuff like that. So yeah. I mean, and if you find them handsome, amazing smile, caring, loving, romantic, then yeah. So we're similar in that aspect. So yeah, go for it. All right. Next video, hit the like button, please.
Hello,
Deal.
everyone, especially to my Black sisters. I'm not here to say things against you nor hurt your feelings. I am here in peace. Now, I would like to apologize due to my previous post. My previous post was not meant to hurt you, and I apologize for the kind of message you got from me. I know many of you have asked me to stop talking about you guys. However, it's impossible for me to talk about the word black. You know why? Because our ancestors in the Philippines are black. We call them Aita. Aitas and Negritos still exist in the Philippines. And therefore, I cannot stop talking about black because black is part of our culture and history. And I hope, sisters, you will understand that. Now, I know many of you are attracted to Filipinos, probably not most, but a few. That is why, if you're interested, I can give you some inspiration or advice of how to attract a Filipino. But the thing that you must know, I can't guarantee that Filipinos can provide you with material stuff. However, I can guarantee that Filipinos can provide you with love, TLC, and guaranteed Filipinos will never make you hungry. And to my Black brothers, all I can ask you is please spread love and kindness. Don't say anything bad against your sisters. I understand that you want to marry a Filipina, but please, all I can ask you is do not say anything bad about your sisters. Because if you're capable of saying bad things about your sister, how much more of you capable of saying bad things about my Filipina sisters? So guys, just please take my positive advice, not the negative things. And do not engage to negative comments regardless of who they are. That's all. Thank you, everyone. Peace. Hello, everyone.
Okay, so this is this is just her trying to patch things up with black women, but she's not talking about African descent black women. She even made that clear in a previous video, and they still like keep my name out your mouth. Keep my name out your mouth. They still on that crap. And she's like, your name wasn't in our mouth. The Negrita's name was in our mouth. Now, I don't know if I've ever seen a Negrito or a Negrita. In fact, I doubt I ever did. The only time before I heard that word used um, is from an OG military brother who straight up said that pound for pound, they're the greatest fighters in the world. You know, I don't know if he's talking about in the military or just hand to hand or what have you. But pound for pound, apparently they're smaller people, which makes sense. But pound for pound, their martial arts, their tactics, the way they're brought up and trained and things like that have led them to be the greatest fighters in the world. And then he mentioned something about Sherpers after that. So I was like, oh, okay, you know, didn't know. Hey, fun fact, learned something new. So, but from him, I knew that they exist. I knew that there was a group, a subset of the Philippines that are darker skinned, and that's how they get down. And I think that that's largely who she's talking about. But for whatever reason, another group of women are saying, "Oh, you're talking about us. Stop talking about us." He's like, "I'm not talking about you. Stop talking about us. I'm not talking about you." It would be the equivalent to a black man getting upset when if they hear a Dominican woman saying, "I don't date black men." Not knowing, like I say, ignorance or arrogance, not knowing that her definition of black, I mean, it's still bad, but her definition of black from her perspective and how she grew up or where she grew up and things like that is different. When they say black, what they really mean is Haitian. they don't date Haitian men, and that is for whatever, and I'm not going to go into details, but for whatever cultural differences they have, or historical differences they have, or just maybe there's some bigotry involved, or what have you, or maybe immigration is a factor. Who knows? Who knows? But they're very specific, meaning that, put it like this and I'm painting this scenario. I've never been in this scenario because I am not Haitian in appearance. My physical appearance isn't Haitian, so to speak. But I can picture a guy who a Filipino, or excuse me, a Dominican woman don't have any interest in, because he appears Haitian. And then once he speaks, and it turns out that he's not Haitian, he's Jamaican, he's African, he's African American. You know, it once that's clear, she probably would, if she's attracted to him otherwise, be interested in him. I can imagine that happening. So yeah, but it's a compete. Other people have different definitions of black as it pertains to an individual race or culture or ethnicity. And she has a different definition, and she should not be apologizing for that. They do, and they do want to humble pretty women. And quite frankly, I do feel that a lot of times they want attractive women to apologize for being attractive. I mean, I don't want rich men to apologize for being rich, nor do I want exceptionally attractive men to apologize for being exceptionally attractive. You know, I don't go up to Idris Elba. Shout out to him. And I know
I've
that
never seen you make a video saying anything positive.
And I know that a lot of women on this site have a crush on him. I don't say, hey, you owe me an apology, dude. I don't think that way. In fact, I have exceptionally handsome family members. I don't tell them at Thanksgiving, hey, you need to apologize, brother. You good looking motherfucker. I don't do that. But they're of a different mentality, obviously. Hit the like button.
I've never seen you make a video saying anything positive about Black women or uplifting them. Well, my friend, I have many times. But I realize regardless of what I say here, they turn it into negative. Whether I say they're beautiful, whether I say not a lot of people are attracted to Black women, they cannot accept it. They get so mad. However, I'm not saying all of them. They're always accusing me, telling me that I said they're ugly. I mean, they put those words in my mouth. It's in their thinking, not my thinking. When I say they're beautiful, they said, you lie. That's not true. I was like, okay. So again, there's no point talking about them. I would rather just talk about chocolate men because at least they believe me when I say they're handsome, which is true. And what do I think about Black women? Of course, they're beautiful. They have the best skin in the world that they don't even need makeup. They have so much color on their face that makeup is unnecessary. Do I wish I have dark skin? Absolutely. Do you know how hard it is to put makeup on pale skin women? It's really hard. So yeah, that's what I think about Black women, but they don't want to believe me because a lot of these women have no confidence about themselves, about who they are as a person. I've never seen you make a video.
Okay. All right, straight into the point. The fact that she said that she wished she had darker skin, that combined with what she was saying before about her attraction to Filipino, or excuse me, how Filipino men treat darker skinned Filipino women, it really leads me to conclude that she's not really feeling Filipino men like that. And that's all right. That's all right. You know, I'm definitely not going to hold that against her. But the group of men that she is feeling that way, and I think that her boyfriend or husband or something is Middle Eastern, definitely appreciate darker skinned women. as many men do. That's why tanning booths and tanning salons and stuff like that exists. That's why bronzer exists. We do appreciate darker skinned women. We as men, unless there's a cultural reasons why they wouldn't, like in the Philippines or like in India or something like that, then yeah, we appreciate that. Why is she people are saying that she's apologizing, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. No, I mean what she's doing is she's saying, listen, no matter what, you're gonna hate me. Everything I do is wrong to you. So I'll just clarify my position on it. But at the end of the day, you're still going to interpret it as this. And when they say something like, I've never seen you make a video saying anything positive about Black women, that is fishing for a compliment if I ever seen one. If I ever seen fishing for a compliment, that would be the most akin thing to it. It would be the equivalent to me saying to my girl, like, hey, I never heard you compliment how big my penis is. I never heard you compliment me on that. Just saying. It would be the equivalent to that, which would be awkward and weird and a strange thing to say. Like, there isn't a mandate for her to compliment or say something positive about anything or anyone ever. Like, life does not put that burden on us that we have to compliment people randomly. So that whole statement really is like, no, you got to say something nice about us or else you're a racist. Come on now, really? Really? And would you even accept a compliment under that mandate? Like, with that qualification and criteria, would you even accept a compliment like that? All right. So, next one. Hit the like button.
Dear Passport Boys, dear Passport Bros, stop calling yourself Passport Boys and Passport Bros. Are you going to the Philippines to look for a Filipina queen or what? So stop calling yourself Passport Boys and Passport Bros. Start calling yourself Passport Kings. That's right, you are a Passport Kings. Now, if you're going to the Philippines to just pack around, pull around, screw around as many women as you want, then call yourself Passport Bros and Passport Boys. Otherwise, if you want to go to the Philippines to look for a Filipina queen and she will treat you like a king, then you better start calling yourself Passport King. Understood?
I call myself what the hell I want to. And people wonder why, listen, people wonder why I tell them that my name is Mr. Papadopoulos. Or, like you call yourself, like, unless you meet this criteria, I am now trying to redefine Passport Bros. I don't like this one. Mr. Papadopoulos or Shonuff. I know her intentions are good, but this one, I put this in there, but this one did not hit hard. But hey, I'm not a passport bro or a passport king, you know. So, not my fight.
You know, some people just can't understand that Asian or many Filipinas are attracted to Black men. Why can't you just accept that the Black man that you don't like is wanted in the Philippines? And the fact that these guys don't want to be with you, that means they are not being treated like a king. And why settle for someone who don't want to treat you like a king when you can go to the Philippines and be treated like one? And that is why people, not just my black king, everyone I'm talking about, men who are unwanted in your country have to go to the Philippines. And then they say, oh, we don't care. You can have our leftovers. We don't care. But the truth is, we Filipinas love leftover. Leftovers are the best. You know why? They can at least compare us the, whoa, you guys are way better than my ex or my ex-wife per se. So guys, especially to the future kings of the Philippines, what are you waiting for? Look for your queens now. Because I can guarantee you, once you find your Filipina queen, you will automatically become a king. You know,
Oh, dang. Dang. This one cuts hard. This one squeeze it, squash it, gamma. Oh, by the way, another name I use is Dean Big Brother Almighty. I don't use that one that often because it's a lot, especially when they don't speak English. Well, all of them is difficult, and actually that's part of the turn on. But but yeah, the where was I going with this? Oh, the Queen and King thing. The Queen and King thing. I think that a lot of the B dubs, a lot of black women, they feel that kind of ownership, hit the like button. They feel ownership of the title queen. If you think a female queen who is not of royalty, nobility, or any type of aristocracy, just a group of people that go around calling themselves queen, they feel that they have dominion over that because it's their bright idea to exalt themselves. So yeah, they're just like, oh yes, I'm a queen because I say so. They don't like that not only is this non-black woman, she kind of looked like a mirror. Not only is this non-black woman claiming the title of queen and taking it from the black woman, but she is also saying that we have the ability to make you a king. And that is another thing that black women felt, that they have exclusive rights and abilities over. Only through a black woman can you go from a mailman to a king. Only through us. The only way you can become a king is to marry us. And she's like, no, no, we can make you a king and we can treat you like a king. And we're willing to do so. Now, the leftover man thing. I've been sitting down a long time. The leftover man thing. I once heard a white comedian say this, and it was sad but funny. This was, if I had to guess at the time, she was maybe like mid 30s. White chick. She looked very soccer momish. She looked very, this is what I do when I'm not cutting up carrot sticks for my kids' soccer team. My husband brings home the bacon, and every now and again, I do a stand-up comedy routine. I'm trying to give you a picture. I'm trying to give you a visual of her. This is what she looked like. And I don't know if she's married, and if she is, if her what race her husband is. I don't know, but that's not relevant. That's not relevant to her joke. Her joke was really just, it was really like a shock and awe. And I can't really recreate it the way she said it, but um, she was basically just shocked at the quality of black men that are being rejected by black women. The way she was like, she's like, I do not understand the way that y'all reject such quality men is astounding. You know, it was more comical the way she said it, but that was the conclusion, right? It was a long time since I seen the routine. And I was thinking, like, yeah, that's definitely something true. Like, and because you'll have black women who say something like, I require a guy is 6'4". So if she's rejecting guys who are 6'3" and below, and these guys go to a white woman, and to this particular white woman, to this particular comedian, if a 6'3" guy goes to this particular comedian and says, "Oh no, I've been told by black women that I'm too short," she's obviously is going to think something is up there. She's obviously going to say 66. Let me get some more. I need some more likes. She's obviously going to say something is up with how dare you rejected a dude that's 6'3" because he was too short for you. They will think that you're crazy, and that is how other women see you. Like, and I'm talking about that ABC special when the woman was saying, I'm only, I used to only date guys that are 6'4" or taller. Every married woman, every happily married woman who's seen that, every woman who's happily married to a man that is nowhere near 6'4" thinks that you are fucking nuts. You are fucking nuts at that point. They think you are insane to have such ridiculous criteria. They don't say it. Well, she's saying it in a roundabout way. I'm going to play this again. In a roundabout way, she's saying it. She's essentially saying, I think that you're nuts for turning these guys into leftovers. She's essentially saying you have to be out your mind to turn these guys into leftovers. Kind of like a lot of women are saying about, even though they're not saying it publicly, because they actually, the reason why these women aren't saying it publicly, other than that comedian, and it wasn't very public, it was a small venue, but the reason why they're not really just like shouting it out the mountaintop like that is because they're benefiting from it. They see you do something so stupid, and they like, oh, you want to continue to do that? That's like, I'm not going to say that's stupid. But she's one of the few to say that. Now I'm going to play this again, and then I'm going to click on that brother there to show you exactly what I'm talking about.
Some people just can't understand that Asian or many Filipinas are attracted to black men. Why can't you just accept that the black man that you don't like is wanted in the Philippines? And the fact that these guys don't want to be with you.
It's scary that she understands that they are being rejected. It is scary. Black women should be concerned that in the deep, all the way across the country, or excuse me, all the way across the world, women have come to the conclusion that it's not the men, it's not color, because basically black women want to paint the image of black men just not being that into them, that they are these perfect women, but we're all in jail. That is the image that they're trying to portray. I'm gonna do a video on that too, about the jail thing. That, oh yes, I'm a lawyer and a cheerleader on the weekends, and I can't find a black man because they're all in jail or underemployed or unemployed and don't have a high school diploma. Like that's the real reason. Like, I didn't just reject the guy last week because he was 6'3". Nah. It's because they're in jail and we're too that's the image that they want to portray. And if in the deepest province of the Philippines they see through that, then the world sees through that. The world sees through that. The world sees you rejecting regular guys. That should concern you. You are to be concerned, be afraid, be very, very afraid, be scared that this is actually happening.
That means they are not being treated like a king. And why settle for someone who don't want to treat you like a king when you can go to the Philippines and be treated like one? And that is why people, not just my black king, everyone I'm talking about, men who are unwanted in your country have to go to the Philippines. And then they say, oh, wait.
Now, notice how, because really that was meant when women say that and she's getting the message wrong. She don't really understand what that means. That is supposed to discourage. Like when women and guys who support them, feminist minded guys, are saying, "Oh yeah, you're just going to the Philippines because you're not wanted here." That's meant to discourage. She don't really look at it that way. She's looking at it more like, "Wait, you don't want this guy? Shit, I'll take him." That's not really discouraging her from, when I'm talking about her, I'm talking about the plurality of Filipino women. Like, oh, if you don't want them, more fool you. Come on over to me. Yeah, I sing worse than her.
We don't care. You can have our leftovers. We don't care. But the truth is, we Filipinas love leftover. Leftovers are the best. You know why? They can at least compare us. Whoa, you guys are way better than my ex or my ex-wife, per se.
Ooh. Ooh. Squeeze it, squash it, gamma. Okay. So essentially what she's saying here, she's basically saying, punk bitch, I'm glad that these guys are your leftovers because they appreciate us more because they've been with you. She's saying the worse that you treat them, the more they appreciate me. Ooh. Ooh. Kind of like if you're hiring for a company and you wish that they had a crappy job prior to that. So that way you could say, hey, don't you appreciate all this? To where a person that just had good jobs, like straight out of high school, they just had good jobs and they probably don't appreciate it the same way, is what I'm getting at. Like if the jobs have like free snacks in the break room, you appreciate it if the job prior to that you was working at Burger King. I used to work at Burger King. If the job prior to that you were working at Burger King, you would appreciate the job with the free snacks in the break room and the free Xbox in the game room and stuff like that. You appreciate stuff like that if your last job was crap. She's saying, I know you're crap. I know you are crap. And if you fire a guy from Burger King and he comes here and works for Amazon, then, depending on the job, of course, then he will appreciate it a lot more. And don't get me wrong, I don't know this, I'm just speculating, but let's just assume that Amazon is a better deal for its driver than UPS. I don't know for sure, I'm just speculating. I just heard rumors. Then Amazon would want you to have worked for UPS. They like, oh yeah, you work for UPS? Come on over here. You'll never leave once you get this Amazon treatment. That is what she is saying. Squeeze it, squash it, gamma. And I want to hear it again. If you don't know what squeeze it, squash it, gamma gamma means, then ask somebody in the chat. They'll tell you.
Overs are the best. You know why? They can at least compare us. Whoa, you guys are way better than my ex or my ex-wife per se. So guys, especially to the future kings of the Philippines, what are you waiting for? Look for your queens now. Because I can guarantee you, once you find your Filipina queen, you will automatically become a king. You know, some people.
All right, so that's that. Now, I want to talk about leftover men for a second. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to click this link here. Now, I never seen this brother. I don't know this brother. I never clicked on his TikTok or anything before. But it says right here, if she doesn't follow you back or respond to your DMs. So let's take a click here. I'm curious. How come it's not playing? Well, crap, that was useless. Nothing happened. Nothing happened. Okay, so yeah, scratch that plan. But I was curious. I was like, I wonder would he fall under the category? Because I know Austin, from the point of view of many, would fall under the category of rejected black man or something like that, or leftover black man. It's like, okay, there are women, better women that appreciate that, and by better I mean more attractive, because that is the ruler under which we measure a woman's value, by how physically attractive she is. All right, so letting y'all know that I'm working under a different format. And the reason why I'm working under a different format is because I want to be able to break the first portion of the video down to smaller pre-records. So if I'm not addressing you as much in the chat room, it's because of that. So when I have the pre-record, it won't be, because they can't see the chat room on the pre-record. So the parts I did now, I'm going to start slicing those up into smaller bites so more people can watch the smaller, because people don't always want to watch a whole hour of stuff. So I'm not going to be as interactive with the chat room in the beginning for a time while I'm doing that. In addition, at this portion now, I read the super chats. And I know this time I don't have any super chats, and that's because, I think it's largely because y'all notice that I'm not really paying attention to the chat room. So, like, what's the point of sending the super chat if he's not looking at the chats? But so know that I am reading your chats as I'm talking, and I'm just doing a different format. So I'm not going to respond to them as much. And then after this portion is when I read the super chats and cash apps, and then I open up the panel. I'm going to work on that format now. So let me start interacting with the chat room, and then I'll open up the panel. All right. So appreciate y'all. Get that thumbs up. Greatly appreciate it. Somebody says I want her. I was thinking, and I'm going to keep my opinion to myself as I recommend that men do. Is she hotter than the Filipina P? Now, I want y'all to just think about that question and answer it in your brain. No need to type that in there. But is she hotter than the Filipina P? Is the question. Okay. Oh, in fact, let me turn on the matrix. Give me a moment. Actually working on a different thing. So let me take down the code for that, and then here we go. Matrix effect. All right. I didn't keep making changes to it. I just have like a separate executable, but I do because of software creep. Okay. So did that too soon. Move this and then do it. All right. Okay. So it's obvious to the rest of the world. Absolutely. The treatment that they have for us is obvious. And that's because we make it obvious. Keep in mind, they have been getting away with these lies for quite some time. Oprah and, during the Oprah, until the internet, they was just pretty much saying anything that they want. Like, oh no, we have all of these, we're single moms because the guy said he went to, he said he went to MIT, but come to find out he went to MTI, and then, he left me. He told me that he went to Penn State, but really what he meant was he went to the state pen, and then he left me. Like, they're telling stories like that, and they have been doing it for quite some time. And because of that, they were able to get provisions, and I'm going to talk about the provisions too. They get provisions from society. They like, oh, you poor thing, you're such a victim of ratchet black men. Here's some Section 8. Here's some food stamps. Here's some WIC vouchers, because you are just a victim of these awful black men. They have been doing that for quite some time. But the fact that she says, no, we see that you are turning down these guys. You are turning down would be, okay, that's a super chat. So I'm going to, that honk y'all here. So I'm going to go get my phone in a second. But it says, that's because modern day black women have been hollowed out and squeezed like a dish rag. I'm not going to touch that one. All right. King Sigma, it says, they require a dude that is 6'4", so why are they endlessly worried about the 5'4" guy? They're worried about the image of it. They're worried. They're worried that the narrative that they're painting has been shattered. Oh, in fact, that reminds me. I am actually going to cover the 6-foot guy thing in a second. Give me a second, y'all. Because crap. All right, let me put the link out there. Okay. They got this chick stressed AF. She should have never responded to BWs. That's what they do. Like, they stress out a situation to the infinite degree, hoping that you just surrender to it or apologize for it or tell them that they're pretty. You never say anything nice about us. Like, am I required to? Like, I mean, when I worked at Burger King, I didn't say anything nice about it. I complained every day. I used to complain every day. I did not like that job, but I should have. Looking back at it, and probably because I'm at a point in my life where I'm closer to a franchise owner than a worker. I'm not. I don't own a franchise. I'm just saying, like, I'm at a different stage in my life. But I will say that I should have appreciated that job more, because it did pay for all the stuff, for prom, for senior trip, grad night, senior ring. It paid for all that stuff. So, to where it would be problematic if I didn't work it. King Sigma, what's on your mind? You're muted, brother. Okay. So while he fixed that, let me read some more.
Can you hear me, Game Changer?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Okay, go ahead, man.
Oh no, I was just saying what's on your mind, brother.
Oh man, I'm glad that I was able to pop in on you having this conversation, because this is the second time I've seen you doing a video on this Filipino thing. So I think that you're kind of as surprised by it as I am, because if you go back to the days of Passport Game when we were all having those conversations, I knew that Passport Bros would become a conversation at a higher level, but I never foresaw the females of these foreign countries joining the conversation. It's amazing that I never heard anyone back then when that happened talk about that perspective that these women would bring to the conversation. And I think that's changing everything, because I know that you've popularized the pick me term. And it's odd that I've heard you talk about the pick me thing that goes on with ABWs, but it's strange that with all these Filipinas and these white women now and these Latinas starting to step into this arena, I'm yet to really hear the sisterhood call these women pick-me's. It seems like they've reserved that term for Black women who support and desire Black men, but it's weird that they're not using the pick-me to these other girls, but they're more just trying to silence them. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Well, I mean, they know that it won't have the same effect. Like, there's a requirement for a certain type of behavior. Basically, what they're saying when they call a Black American woman pick me is that you're off code. You're making it more difficult for us because now men will expect it from us. You see, they have a different problem with these Filipino women, and that is the men are going to go to them. You know, Filipino women and, you know, foreign women in general is pretty much what you do when the men have no, or excuse me, when the men have no expectation of the Black American women. They're like, okay, I don't expect you to even be feminine. And some men actually believe that it's not in their nature to be that way. So they're like, okay, I'm going to go over here. Now, what the pick me represent is, listen, this is what we expect from you, which puts them in an interesting situation, because what follows is, if you do not meet that expectation, then we can leave. So the combination of the two is deadly to them. You have one group of women who are saying, you know, I'll meet your expectations, and another group of women who are saying, if you do not meet your expectation, if they do not meet your expectations, I will. Does that make sense?
Yeah, and I get that. I just think it's interesting how they're starting to be outnumbered, even though it's more of them. But the logic is on the side of the pro freedom segment. So, you know, those that are supporting Passport Bros, those that are allied with the Passport Bros, it seems that even though they may have a smaller number, they dominate the logic. Because these women, again, when you actually just listen to these foreign women, they're starting to rebuke and reject all of this misandry that the westernized woman represents. And I don't think they really have any good defense, but now they're asking for, they're demanding affirmative action from these other women. They're saying to these women, please don't date these men. We don't want to date them, but just please don't date them. Please don't desire these men. And it's just the most amazing thing to watch, because it used to be something within like urban America where if you were a cock blocker or a player hater, you either got isolated, marginalized, or you got your ass kicked. And I think one of the things that's happened with this Wi-Fi and the internet that I don't like is that people don't really have to be as accountable for just being sucker ass trash, man. And what it is that you got like a brigade of these cock blockers out here who got these microphones, because that's all it is. It's cock blocking on foreign women. We talk about, oh, these women just want money. And I'm like, are you telling me that the Western woman is not the most transactional minded female you could come across on this planet? Yet, if the Filipina is getting with GameChanger, who taking his San Francisco salary becomes a $250,000 the moment he steps off the plane in Hanoi or whatever or whatnot, it's a problem. But the same women have zero complaints about teaching their get the bag culture all across social media. You can punch in how to get the bag on YouTube and a bunch of channels from these ranches comes up, but it's a problem if you go over there. It's extreme cock blocking, bro.
Exactly. I mean, the men, I think, well, maybe you should give me your opinion on this. Do you think that the men is doing it like a virtue signal type deal? Because that's what I'm getting at. That's what I'm getting from them. Like, like, hey, I will champion your cause. In the meantime, I would like for you to give me some of the pussy from your overweight women. That's all I want. In exchange for overweight woman pussy from time to time, I will champion your cause and I will be a part of the police force. Because the thing about D police and any police is police officers are paid. And I think that these guys are hopefully paid with the only currency that that the women have to pay them with, and that is unattractive women's vajayjay. I think that they might be doing it not for that directly, but for the possibility of that. And also,
well, I think that what you're speaking to.
Go for
I think you're I think you're more specifying the homosexual group. I definitely believe that they represent like a part of that
not the
gang.
homosexuals, the panderers, the ones who parent, the Derek Jackson types.
But then Derek Jackson had to kept a woman that kept him in the past, from what I understand. So he would
okay.
Probably be more like the elite homosexual, because he's still using a homosexual type game where the homosexual basically symbolically is dependent on women, right? So even though he's just using like the microphone, his whole argument and scheme is still dependent on the female. So it's kind of like a homosexual light approach to whatever he was doing. So I think that group that you're talking about, that you call them virtue signalers, but I call them plantation signalers, because they have no virtue to signal. So it's just plantation peacocking, in my opinion. But I think there is an elephant in the room that people they want to ignore it, but I'm not going to ignore it anymore, bro, because I've been down this Passport Gate road. Look, we really got to start wondering if a lot of these dudes actually are competing for dicks with these women at this point. I'm going to say it on record today. I think a lot of these men are really on some homosexual tip, bro. We keep on bailing them out by saying, oh, they're just virtue signaling with the possibility of sex. You don't got to do a lot of virtue signaling to fuck American women, bro. If you got to do all that work to fuck American women, you are just pathetic, and signaling ain't going to get you no pussy. That's going to get you further away from it. That's been proven 1,000 times over. So it's almost like when we say that, we give them a shield to hide back. Oh, I'm just a weak beta male, y'all. Don't pay no attention to me. Nah, it's beyond that.
Well, I think a lot of these guys are weak beta males.
They are weak. I agree with you on that part, but a lot of them are also homosexual males that actually really want these men to stay. Because again, it's such an easy math question, bro. Anyone with a brain would say, if you got 10 men in a room and you got 100 women in there and 5 men leave the room, there should be a celebration.
Hello?
Among the 5 men. I understand the dynamic has shifted to those men in the room. So they don't want to see that dynamic shift. They want a scenario where it's 10 women and 100 men. We get this. But the men that are in the room worried about the 5 men that left the room, to me, is some moist behavior, bro. I'm sorry. It is. I ain't never been in a room and worried about all the dudes in the room. I want you to leave the room. Leave all this for me. Go. Can I help you go? Should I put something on your Snapchat so you'll go faster? No. These dudes are at the airport with signs. Don't leave with your penis, black man. Please stay here. And then they try to use the queens, they say, as covers. Oh, you defended yourself against the propaganda that black women are putting out there. They're always talking about, man, these passport bros is showing their passport on camera, as if we don't come from a culture of people showing gold chains, diamonds, new cars, and the MTV cribs. People have a right to show off, brag, or whatever. They're not bothering you, bro.
No, I agree. I don't think that it's gay. I think that it's really just like desperation. And I think that some guys want validation more than happiness. And other guys, and some of the same guys, they also want, they measure their happiness as relative to others. So like, say you're a person and you have a reasonable sex life, right? You're content with that. You don't necessarily need to measure your dick against Hugh Hefner. It's like, you know something? Yeah, he's doing far better, but I'm okay with what I got. A lot of brothers kind of look at the situation and they say, "No, I have to feel like I am doing better than Hugh Hefner." So what I'm going to say is I'm going to find a way to interpret the situation as if he is doing worse than I am. And that's where you get the whole, yeah, but you paying for it, or crap like that. Oh yeah, but Hugh Hefner is paying for it. So, you it don't count. The thousands of women he's been with don't count because he's rich or something. So I think that they're trying to discredit the happiness of others in order to make themselves feel relatively happier, while at the same time virtue signaling to women who, and as you say, it don't work. I am 100% lockstep with you. It don't work. The best it gives you, and listen to the brothers out there who are listening who feel like going this route, the best it can give you is a chance to say, I'm going to say this, it gets you out of the definite no, meaning that they won't come out and say, I'll never let you hit it. But it doesn't mean that they'll let you hit it. Like, I name any man who ever gets pussy from a man saying he don't fuck this particular group of women. I mean, by that logic, you can go up to a dark-skinned woman and say, I don't fuck light-skinned women, drop your panties. Or you could go to a light-skinned woman and say, I don't fuck dark-skinned women, drop your panties. It don't work that way. Or you could go to an educated woman and say, I don't fuck uneducated women, drop your panties. Or you could go to an uneducated woman and say, I don't fuck educated women, drop your panties. You can always trust. It's not that easy.
I mean, the perfect
example was I know that many guys hope that it's that easy because they're really desperate for a technique, a method, a hit, a catch-all. They're desperate for a catch-all or a catch some, and that's because for them it's very scarce.
Yes, and that scarcity is important. And I was going to use an example of like guys like Michael B. Jordan or others who have had a history of dating non-black women, but yet when they decided to date a black woman, they were still able to get the best black women that were available. It didn't matter that they had banged Latinas, white girls, biracial, or any of that. So these dudes really are in a position of desperation. And so when I see the Filipina chick come out there and say to the whole world, these are women that probably have never even been in the United States. She said, to all you passport bros out there, I have 1 million Filipinos waiting for you. This is not a man, so they can't blame it on the patriarchy. They can't blame it on misogyny. This is not a black person. This is a Filipina who probably has never even been to the United States saying, the doors of the Philippines are open. Please come, black men. We'll take you leftovers. What is the defense for something like that, man?
Exactly. And that is one, and that is quite possibly the smallest nation to say something like that. Like as far as population wise goes, it's a very small island nation. So if they have a surplus, imagine with the surplus of the larger nations, Brazil, Nigeria, Colombia, like really all of this continent of South America. Like, I mean, imagine how many available women they have for the 13% of the American population that is black men, the American male population that is black men. It's ridiculous. So yeah, they really are having a problem, and I understand why they have a problem with girls like this. Now, want to introduce you to something that the Filipina says. Basically, she interviewed a couple of Filipino women, and she said, what type of foreign men do you like? So this is the first one that I only seen the first one. So we'll be watching the other ones together and I'll get your take on it. But first, let me thank Mr. Shane Vicious. Greatly appreciate you. It says, the Dago view passport bros, SYSBM, MGTOW, as beta bucks leaving the community. They don't really want the guy. They want his resources. Well, that's part of it. But really, these guys aren't these. It's not as simple as alpha beta to them. There are guys who are designated waiters. I'm not talking about like restaurant waiters. There are guys who are designated like, okay, you are to wait for me and take me afterwards. And it's the same as women in communities and societies where there's a surplus of women. So men like myself, sadly to admit, would classify women as, this is the woman that I will settle down to. You know, this is the perfect type of settle down to woman. I would settle down to her. However, there are other women that I want to enjoy life with right now. Now, what they want these guys to do is, and they expect these guys to wait for them to be ready to settle down. And some guys do. I know this guy who's like 53 and he worked at this blue collar job for like 22 years. And he spent that time waiting for an opportunity. Now, what was he doing in that time that he was waiting? He was getting desperater and 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 desperater. And then once he reached that level of desperation, he got with a woman that was extraordinarily overweight and had 2 kids. But he's been waiting so long that he would take anything. How about that? That's what he found himself in. So then he took that and, you know, he tried to polish it off as much as he can and present it in the best light that he possibly could. That is the plan that they have for these brothers. And that's the real reason why somebody mentioned Boyce Watkins. Absolutely. That is the real reason why they don't want these guys to leave. Because if he leaves, even if he's on some F-boy stuff there, he is not getting desperater and desperater and desperater. He's not. If anything, his demands are going to get higher and higher and higher. His demands are going to get bigger and bigger and bigger. And they don't like that. They do not like that. So really the whole beta thing is their way of saying,
I mean, yeah, when you talk about,
go for it.
No, go ahead, finish that thought.
No, just saying that's the plan that they have for a lot of guys. And that's the real reason that they are upset when the 5'4" guy travels.
Yes. And I 100% agree with that. But here's the thing, though. This isn't a black man's issue. Black men didn't create this problem. This is what we call cause and effect. They're supposed to be the most educated group. And one of the fundamental parts about decision making is that you have to understand that there's a cause and an effect. This is an effect of at least 2 things. One, the open misandry of the last 30 years.
I'm listening.
And has been expanding more and more and more by every day with more and more apps and access to internet being more widespread throughout the world. If these sisterhood chicks had their shit together, they always had home field advantage, bro.
Oh, exactly. Exactly. I mean, go for it.
Yeah, well, what's the point of stressing out about this?
All right, somebody's saying I have audio issues. Let me stop.
But you got it, GC.
Yeah. Okay. People were saying I had audio issues. Let me resolve that issue right quick by getting rid of it. So those of you who don't know, the Matrix program really eats up a lot of resources. So It sometimes causes issue. A lot of computer, yeah. But that may or may not be the
But
case
GC,
here.
have you had a problem hearing me at all? Have you had a problem hearing me at all?
Yeah. Yeah, I did.
You had a problem hearing me?
Yeah. Yeah, you kind of break in and out from time to time. But that's fine. We're going to work through it. So Mr. Shane Vicious says,
I'm looking at my
dude, they have
and everything looks normal.
It says, dude, they have over 100 million people, and there are thousands of islands in the Philippines. Trust me, it's not that small. Oh, I didn't know. I know that they had a lot of islands. I did not know that they had 100 million people. I did not know that the Philippines had about a third of the U.S. population. So, yeah, that's that. But hey, live and learn. All right. So nevertheless, I mean, if 10% of their women are single and attractive, then that would mean that it's one woman for every African-American man, adult man in the country, which really says something, or 20% rather. All right. So the Filipina P.
So, what's your name and how old are you?
Yes,
I'm
I'm
Charmaine and I'm 23 years old.
computer engineer.
Bachelor of Science in
Oh
Computer
wow,
Engineering.
impressive. Okay, so Charmaine,
Okay, so Charmaine,
would you consider dating a
would you
foreigner?
consider dating a foreigner?
Yes,
Yes.
wow. I would love to.
I would love
You
to.
would love to
try
try
to date
a foreigner.
a foreigner.
Okay, so
why is that?
I think
I think
to try something new, to try
because
from my past, I always
date
date Filipino guys, and I think now it's okay to date a foreigner.
Okay, so you want to explore.
Yeah, explore.
Does it matter what race a guy is?
For me, it doesn't matter as long as either it's white or black or brown. As long as I'm comfortable with that person, I'll go for it.
You go for it.
Yeah.
So all races are welcome.
Yeah,
Okay.
very welcome.
Very welcome. If you married a foreigner, would you like to live here or migrate to the West?
I would prefer to live here in the Philippines. Would love to go to their country, but just for a vacation.
Would you expect him to support your family?
No, it's a no. I can do that. If ever I'll graduate from this course I'm taking, I can sustain my family.
Let's talk about looks. What about the
Okay, so right off the bat, she's taken away from the whole dirty foot thing. This woman, I don't know what her feet look like. I really don't. If you're looking at a chick's foot, the bottom of her foot, something is really wrong with you. But nevertheless, she's studying to be a computer engineer. Her family obviously has money because they're putting her through school. She's not asking for you to support her. She's just a chick who's looking for a foreign guy, and his race really isn't a problem. Or she's a chick that's open to dating a foreign guy, and his race really isn't a problem.
height?
Yeah, I preferred taller guys, much taller than me because I'm 4'9", and I prefer taller guys who's 5'6", 5'7", 5'8".
And there you have it. And that's why I only heard her. I didn't even hear it like the other chicks. So, and this is why the previous Filipina woman said what she said, and why other women are saying what they're saying about the rate of rejection, about the type of men that Black American women are rejecting. On one hand, we have a Black American woman who said, I used to only date guys who are 6'4" or taller. And then you have this woman who is younger than the woman was who said that she wanted a guy who's 6'4" or taller, much younger, like about 10 years younger. She's saying, I want a tall guy. He has to be 5'6". I could picture I could picture like Edward Anderson saying like, "Oh wow, 5'6". That is like really that's tall to you? So you see the bar is a lot lower. No offense to the to the shorter stature brothers, but the bar is a lot lower. So if you are a vertically challenged dude, I think that this 4'9", I think that she's cute. I think that this, 4'9" cutie, this fun size woman, you can actually be you can actually be an ogre. You can actually be, like you could just walk up to this chick at 5'6" and be like, yeah, where I come from, they call me palm tree. Because I got that vertical. They call me palm tree because I'm 5'6". I'm 5'6". And yeah, so and what they're talking about is true because I was asked in the Philippines, and I've never been asked this anywhere, not especially not on an elementary school ground. Are you a basketball player? Because they knew I wasn't a basketball player. I got picked after the Asian kid in elementary, And if it was an odd number of kids, I didn't get picked at all. And it wasn't because of height. That was part of it. But it was also because of I just don't have that particular skill set. But they're not adults, but kids said, Mister, are you a basketball player? Like I got that there. And girls like this, I'm not saying they threw themselves at me, but what they did do was ask to take my picture for no damn reason. I'm just 6'0", for no damn reason. They was asking to take my picture for their Facebook. They just be like, can you take a picture for Facebook? Because I guess I'm the tallest, blackest thing they ever seen, and they just wanted that on their Facebook page. So yeah. So if they're happy about 5'6", so you 5'10" dudes or you 6 foot tall dudes, yeah, they it's a whole different level. And you 5'6" dudes. So it's a completely different bar. Rubber Band Man, what's on your mind?
Nothing much, brother. King Sigma, what's up, brother?
Hey, what's up with you, Rubber Man?
I'm doing
you
fine.
guys can hear me now. Hopefully you can hear me now.
Yeah, I hear you.
Okay.
Hey, man, the things that I've seen, man, I know the same thing in Colombia. I haven't been to Colombia yet, but I've been doing some research, and I found out there's this organization in Colombia started by this black guy and this white guy. It's almost like a dating type of organization. And what they started was they started getting these Colombian women who are professional doctors, lawyers who don't have men, and these brothers are going down there, and I think some of the same things there. The women don't have the same, ultra standards that is up here. I mean, and majority of them are working professional women. You don't got to take care of the family. They just want to be treated well and want to get married and have children. So, I think this is more of I think the problems here in the U.S. are just are so bad, man, that the brothers are really checking out. I know Obsidian had a show about 5 days ago, man, and I mean, I think what was her name? Courtney Michelle. Saying she was getting a lot of pushback. I mean, I don't think she was really understanding the pushback that she's getting back from men. And I think right now the pendulum is swinging very hard in brothers' courts, and now the brothers are on the rise.
Well, yeah, I will say this about Courtney Michelle. She definitely means well, and she has the same desire that I had when I first started this thing, and I still have actually. But what she don't understand is that the whole community argument is a manipulation tactic by other women, not her, by other women. Meaning like, oh, I want you to stay for the community. Like, oh, okay, so you're going to suck my dick? Oh, no. But I want you to stay and wait. And then when you're 50, I want you to take care of my kids. And in exchange, I'll give you some of this wrinkled ass pussy before you die. Like, that is, and brothers are saying no to that particular deal.
Yeah, they are. They are.
Yeah,
they are.
And it's not just the rejected, like, no matter what, like, okay, say you are 6'4", right? Say you are 6'4", you're handsome, you got the abs, you got the jawline, you got the wallet to match, right? And then, one of the chicks from that ABC special, I'm looking for a guy that's 6'4". One of those chicks come up to you and say, "Hey, you qualify. You qualify. Here is some of this pussy." It's like, okay, you can meet the basic qualifications of this chick here in the States, or you can just be a god to a chick who was just looking for a guy that's 5'6".
Hey, but see, the problem with that is that brother who is 6'4" and all that, you know what I'm saying, here in the States, you know what I'm saying, it's not just the ABW that's checking for him. You got Becky checking for him, Ming Ling's checking for him, Rosita's checking for him. So it's competition. They basically want you to tell all the rest of those women no and just get with them. and to back up your point, you can do that, or you can go overseas and be a god.
Exactly. And I came of age in the 90s. Listen, that was the same deal that they peddled in the 90s. It's just that the product was better. Like, a man could say, "Listen, I reject all other women and I only want to be with you," because the women were more attractive. They were slimmer, they were better. They were more attractive than rank and file black woman was better than both of these. So it was a good deal. Now it's not a good deal. It's you have the average at best saying that she wants somebody who is exceptional. And it's like, well, why would what do you offer an exceptional person?
Well, see, and see, on the flip side of that, you got two types of black women. Like, everybody thinks about the ghetto chicks. I know the King Sigma did a story about this a while back. You know what I'm saying? He did a while back. What was a classic King Sigma. He did a classic on that. You had a college educated black woman. I think it was like done two stories you did. You had a college educated black woman who was a lawyer on her way to become a partner in Atlanta, and she's dealing with a Pookie and Ray Ray. Then the minute she decided she wants to get rid of the Pookie and Ray Ray because she knows to get to that next level, she can't have them there. She tries to get rid of Pookie and Ray Ray, and Pookie and Ray Ray puts rounds up in her. Then you have the second scenario where you have these black women who have husbands. They actually get a quote unquote a good black man that meets basically those standards, and they're leaving their black husbands and blowing up their families to go have girls trip, to go run the streets. so those are several scenarios where black men are starting to are starting to check out and go overseas.
Yeah, I mean, it's so many different scenarios. Pablo, go ahead and share some of those.
Hey man, how you doing? Man, you spot on today with this show. One of the attacks that are levied at the passport bros from the TikTok, YouTube short sisterhood is, well, those men down there, eventually they're gonna get tired of y'all coming down there, and they're gonna get you. Well, what they don't realize is, number one, those men are operating at a surplus of femininity, beauty, and availability. So they're operating in a totally different vein. Most Colombian men have multiple women, and they might have an 8 and have 2 7s that they smashing aside.
Mhm.
In addition to that, the types of women that the majority of Black American men go down there and favor are totally different than what the local men favor. For instance, in the Philippines, a woman who is curvier and darker is not favored. However, most Black men will love what a curvy Filipina who is of darker complexion than the average Filipina looks like. She would be rejected by most of the men in the Philippines. And so
define curvy.
I'm not talking about what we here in the United States would call curvy.
That's why I asked you to do it. Yeah, that's what. Go ahead, define curvy.
Right. Curvy for them would be a woman who was 130 pounds, 125 pounds.
Good night.
They would not want her.
Stop, man. Come on, Pablo, stop.
No, I'm serious. Think I'm playing. No, the average Filipino man, his standard is way beyond what you think it is.
So here's the thing. So no, I agree. I agree that they will not appreciate 130 pounds a woman where we would. I definitely agree with that.
Yeah.
However, I do want Filipino and Dominican and Colombian and the rest. I do want them to know that I'm coming for your shit too. And by your shit, I'm talking about her right here in the with the platinum blonde hair and stuff like that. Yes. I do want to pour, point a water hose at her hair, wet it, and then have her rub my back and feel her wet hair slide across my back a little bit. I want that too. Yes, I take the 130-pound chicks, but I want that shit too. I want this engineer chick.
Right.
So I want them to know that. And the reason why I want them to know is because I don't think that there'll be a revolution, because that's garbage. When have there ever been, especially something, so trite as that? Like, how many people come from other countries and to get our jobs?
Millions.
Yeah, exactly.
Millions.
Yeah, exactly. And these countries, they're not worried. They're not worried about militias, black or white militias coming at them or anything like that. And by the time, they do organize a militia, it'll be too many of them, just like there's too many Mexicans for, the blue collar white dudes who are actually pissed about it to do anything about it, So it's really just that. It's not going to be that concern. Like if we ever became a large enough population, a portion of the population to where they can actually become alarmed by it, then we would be a large enough percentage of the population to defend ourselves against it. So it's not, and it doesn't even come down to that. Like, has there been a civil war? Like, has there been, like, maybe the worst case scenario is they vote for people who are openly hostile against them, but like nothing really. Yeah, there isn't going to be that type of pushback. And we're talking about a very small portion. Black Americans is a very small percentage of the population, to where we can dilute throughout the entire world, or choice countries in the world, and not really affect the demographics of those places. 100% of us were doing that.
Well, man, I was watching this brother named the Ace Live. He's does a travel vlog, brother, and just to back up what Pablo said, I'm prior military, so I traveled way back in the day. Haven't traveled recently, but Ace Live was invited to. I mean, Ace has done so much for the image of black men in Latin America by traveling and his video vlogs. That the Ace is like a celebrity in these Latin countries. Like I know this one country in Colombia, he was invited to someone's birthday party, and as soon as he walked in there, I mean, this father had like 5 daughters, beautiful and fine and feminine, and the father was trying to pawn off one of his daughters to Ace. I'm like, what? I'm like, whoa. that was crazy to watch that on a live stream.
Yeah, Ace is in Antarctica right now. He just finished uploading some videos of his trip to Antarctica. So
Okay.
I mean, yeah, man, that's heady stuff right there. And I'm debuting my Passport Bros Receipts channel tonight. I will be debuting my Receipts channel tonight on my show.
Hey, follow.
Put your link in the thing. Hold on, I'm gonna play some more of this video. I want to see what the other chicks look like, but put your link in the thing. And but yeah, somebody. I mean, she's 4'9". But no, I would smash the hell out of her. I'm not contemplating on that. The only thing I contemplate on women like that is, first of all, I know that the daughter would be gorgeous were I to impregnate her.
Preach.
Yeah, half black and Filipino is just superb. However, do you want to have a son with a 4'9" chick? Like he'd be on some Tiger Woods shit. Like, well, okay, I'll just leave that to you. That's what was going through my mind about this shit.
You wild, man. You wild.
All right.
He's much really taller than me.
You want someone who's thin, muscular, athletic, fluffy guys.
I love fluffy guys.
You love fluffy guys.
Yeah, fluffy guys. I'm not that fluffy, but I think I would go for those who have stomach, who's fluffy.
Fluffy belly?
Yeah, fluffy belly.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's so cute when you.
Well, there you go. Like you could just. Like,
yeah.
Like you don't have to do that keto. Oh, by the
They
way,
all
off
say
keto
that-
for those of
they
you who
all
are
say
curious. No, go for it, Sigma. You got it.
No, go ahead. I want to hear about the keto. How you gonna stop on that?
No, so I'm off. No, this time of year, I know that I'm not gonna turn down grandma's cooking come Thanksgiving and Christmas. And
that's right.
My birthday just passed too, and I'm not gonna turn down some cake. So
Preach.
November, December is no keto for me.
Happy belated birthday.
But thank you. But I do wish that I could do this shit all year. And chicks would be like, "Oh no, I like a little fluffy," because I don't get fat, but I get fluffy. I'm just saying, like if you a dude that
Come on,
just
bro, you know that's cap right there.
What?
Hey, look, King Sigma.
I'm not buying it. Like I get it when you put a mic. I get it when you put a mic in these women's faces. They will say certain things. They say that whole fluffy thing until the same dude spitting image. You got one dude that's fluffy and the other dude that got a six pack. Who you think she chooses?
No, that is true.
I don't know, gentlemen. I don't know.
That
King Sigma.
is true.
Hey, look, King Sigma. Hey, man, there's a couple I follow on YouTube out of Ohio, man. She's Filipino, man, and the brother she with Ohio, and he definitely on the fluffy side, and she loved that brother. She loved that brother, boy.
Has she met the dark Superman version of him though?
No,
she was in the room with Mr. Fluffy Ohio and Mr. Adonis Ohio. We don't know how that outcome would be for sure. All I'm saying is that I like that.
Here's the thing. Here's the thing, Sigma.
But I just don't want brothers to get the wrong idea and start lowering their standards of their own improvement. I think.
No, you're right.
Men
agree. I shouldn't say drop the keto, but
rest in peace.
What I will say right quick is that they don't. See here, and this is just throughout the West. Women wait for the off shirt nigga.
Yeah,
they say off shirt nigga or nothing at all. And this chick is saying, if I can't get an off shirt, if I can't get an off shirt nigga, I don't mind a little bit of fluff.
And you know what? He's right, baby. Because that Filipina that I follow on YouTube, I forgot the name of the channel, but her name is Rosie. She's in Ohio with this brother, and he definitely on the fluffy side, and she loved that brother. She loved
and she probably would prefer that he was an off shirt dude. Go for it.
Well, my only point is just that when it comes to brothers talking about passport and exploring options, I'm just saying that I like the idea of black men keeping their standards high for themselves. So I get the fluffy part, but I'm saying if it's some dudes that might take that and say, oh, okay, fuck this going to the gym this month. I'll just be fluffy. I say, nah, keep working on becoming like the best version of yourself, because I think that now the world is starting to have a little bit more empathy towards what Black men have been talking about for decades and going unheard. And I want Black men to get out there in the world and put their best foot forward. I don't care what these women say about fluffy or you could be broke. Black men should be like, man, I'm going to get as much money as I can. I'm going to seize these remote job opportunities, because again, that's the great thing about this woman talking. Whenever I call my credit card company, it almost always goes to like Bangkok or one of these foreign countries. I'm talking to like some Filipino chick or Thai chick. Now I'm actually going to put a face with the voices. That should motivate you, men, that actually have an opportunity to do like remote work, because now you know, damn, I'm making $75,000 here in Chicago. But if I just, take that transfer to the Bangkok, this is what the women I've been talking to on Zoom or on my credit card service look like. And now your $75,000 has actually turned into $300,000 in their market. You should be trying to maximize that to the fullest potential, not that side.
I'm gonna kind of push back on that a little bit. I hate saying about working remote. My philosophy is for Black men to be entrepreneurs and have businesses, because that's how you truly have freedom. Whether you do it online or whatever, have businesses.
Well, I think ideally everyone wants that rubber man. But
yeah,
okay, I agree with you on the entrepreneurship, but there's plenty of remote jobs that you can start as a solopreneur. Matter of fact,
definitely.
You're on GameChanger's panel right now. If he had 50K subscribers, he could do this from anywhere in the world and still have a stable middle class income, as long as his content was relatable and he kept getting his checks. So the entrepreneur thing is great, but not everyone is going to become an entrepreneur. There are going to be some Black men that are going to have to take advantage of some of these white collar jobs that allow them to do remote work while also keeping their pensions, while also keeping their life insurance, and always being able to move back to the States and still remain within their career field. Not every Black man is going to be able to do entrepreneurship, even though I definitely agree with you that more Black men need to do it. But let's be honest, if you have 10 Black men, at least 2 of them is probably going to have to take a white collar job. At least 4 are going to have to take a blue collar job, and the rest can do entrepreneurship. What I'm saying is that to those 2 Black men that are going to have to take that corporate job, you should really strongly consider getting with a company that has a strong remote work element to it, and that can allow you to go to these countries and then increase your wages by 4 times. Again, from that female standpoint, let's say that Filipino works in one of these call centers. They only in US dollars. Do you understand what I'm saying, bro?
Yeah.
If Rubber Band Man works for Wells Fargo, you keep your $70 over there. You what that means to her? To her, you are like a man making $300K. That's all I'm saying.
Well, I'm gonna say it like this, because Theo's in a chat room talking crazy, like it's easy. It's not easy, or else like more than 0.1% of the population would make it. But America, well, right quick, Sigma. You're borging a little bit, but I will say this. We have the opportunity, we as Black men, to overwhelm the census. So she gave us the list. A previous Filipino girl gave us a list of don't say that. Don't do that, Theo. Don't do that. Don't undermine everybody that makes 749K like that. It's easy to you, That's like Mike Tyson saying it's easy to knock a nigga out. Come on now. Let's not do that. But where was I? We have the opportunity to overwhelm and recreate our ethnic reputation to anything that we want. To anything that we want. We have the ability to do that. We have to recreate our image in a godlike way overseas by maximizing your potential, which you should do anywhere.
Well,
so Sigma. Well, right quick. Sigma is right. I shouldn't just go to another country and just because she say it's okay, lay off the keto and stuff like that. And I didn't plan to do that. I was just like tongue in cheek saying that. But the truth of the matter is, we still have a positive ethnic reputation, and don't be a fat ass over there trying to take advantage of perceived diminished standards. Don't do that. There's a lot of, I call them pickles. And the reason why I call them pickles is because in the Philippines, that's how they're shaped. There's a lot of, and they have like warts and moles and shit. I don't know why they have warts and moles, but there are a lot of primarily Australian pickles out there. There's these overweight white guys whose neck don't go in, who they have the big face and it goes straight down to their body, and then they have like random warts and stuff on their person. You know, like just and they're at the Philippines. So don't be a black version of a pickle, because you want to know what the black version of a pickle is. Shit. If you are shaped like it, they're going to start calling you shit. Don't do that. Maintain a positive image, a stunning representation of blackness at all times.
Well, you know what? I think black men are kind of doing it already. Like, so I was in the military back in the 90s, and brothers were doing that done pretty much already. I mean, brothers globally have a positive image, and I mean, and that's because of, I hate to say this, but because of sports, athletics, freaking Hollywood. Because I remember when I was overseas.
Exactly. So don't ruin that. Well, sorry to interrupt, but
no, you're good, brother. Go ahead.
Don't ruin that image. You know, don't ruin that image with laziness. Don't ruin that image. You know, maintain that image the best you can. I'm not saying, you know, do your best.
We don't
maintain that image the best you can, because that image can be shattered instantly, and then next thing you know, you fuck it up for the next generation.
You know, I think it's funny, man. I remember the King Simba said this a while back. Black men's image globally is better than here domestically. Black women have ABWs have a good image here domestically, but globally their image sucks, because, you know, I know brothers,
their image domestically sucks too.
Yeah, true. The brothers have traveled, you know, as I got in the military, I know brothers who kept traveling abroad, and they were saying that the sisters really don't have that good of an image when they go overseas. Like, you know, like probably there was a lady who left the United States to find a husband, and she went to all places done Brazil. Now, this is an older black woman who went to Brazil to go find a husband, and I forgot who she was talking to a lot. She said it was hard as hell because the women in Brazil were 10 times thinner and 10 times in shape than she was. You know what I'm saying? And then plus too, you know what I'm saying, when they found out she was an American black female, none of the men really want to deal with her after that. So it's you know, so your point is proven, right?
Yeah, they're foreign and domestic. They have a bad reputation, and they have to work on that. And we want to maintain our good reputation. So Sigma is right on that. I just wanted to back that up. People are asking what he's talking about. So Jollibee's is a restaurant. It's a fast food chain that's very popular in the Philippines. I've eaten there both foreign and domestically. And to me, it's most like any other fast food chain, but they just really like it there. Jollibee's. If you're in, I think I was in like Sacramento or something.
Yeah, we were in Virginia. Yeah.
Oh yeah. So basically, wherever there's a Filipino community, a large concentration of Filipinos, somebody will think to open up a Jollibee's, knowing that they'll make money.
Whole time about, you know what, man? I didn't even know that, because here in Vibe Beach, heavy Filipino community in Vibe Beach, and there's a Jollibee's fast food chain right there. I didn't even put that together.
That's their thing. Yeah, it's big there too. All right, so let me play some more of this.
Just a
Pinch.
Yeah.
Fluffy. So you want someone who's got a beer belly a bit?
Yeah.
Okay. What about hair? Would you like to go out with someone with no hair?
I would love to, if given a chance.
Now, I will say this to King Sigma's point about the beer belly stuff. Sigma, black women are a lot more physical than other women, and other women are look for functionality more. And I will say that even white women, like you see that movie Something About Mary, where she was like, I want a guy that drinks beer, not light beer, but beer. Like they are more into the dad bod and stuff like that. And not saying that they don't have a certain lust for the off shirt nigga, but it reads two things to them. And it reads the same thing to other women, to black women as well. It's just that it's received different to black women because they have their priorities are a lot different than other groups of women.
A game changer.
Well, right quick.
Go ahead, brother. Go ahead, brother. Go ahead, bro. I'm sorry about it.
1% body fat dudes, and I'm talking about past 30. Because like it's easier to get six packs at like 18, 19 and stuff. But like it really says where his priorities is spent. Where his time during the day is spent. And if he's not making money off of his body, then he's really like me. I don't make money off of my body. Which means that in addition to the work that I put in working, I would have to put in additional work in the gym. And it really just shows like the set of priorities. And that reads to the woman like, okay, he's doing a lot for pussy. And women who are looking for relationships, long-term relationships, are a little skittish about that. Because let's face it, like, is a guy really doing 1,000 sit-ups a day to fuck one bitch? Is he really doing that? Like, is he really doing 1,000 sit-ups a day for wife, kids, and all that crap? Like, for one pussy for the rest of his life? Or is he doing 1,000 sit-ups a day so he could go out and slay? So it's received different. And since, black women aren't as into long-term relationships as other groups of women, they of course are going to gravitate towards the they don't really care if he's a player because they would rather share a ab nigga, an off shirt nigga, than to be in a long-term relationship with a on shirt dude. So that's my thoughts on that. So it hits different in different communities, but I will say that lust factor, which is most certainly not as important to Filipina chicks, is there, and she would take, all things equal, she would take the hard body dude over anything.
How about someone who looks like Mr. Clean?
Oh, Mr. Clean. Oh, that's really bald. No hair at all.
Yeah. So would you still go out with him?
Yeah, I would really love to.
Okay. What about facial hair though?
For facial hair, I would love people.
You just don't know how to train, bro. Come on, you goddamn right I don't know how to train. I haven't had a six-pack since the president was black. What in the hell? I know how to do a lot of things. Because I'm on my journey to become, 750K like Theo. But in that journey, unfortunately, learning how to train to be an off shirt dude is not on my list. It's like, yeah, you damn right. I do not know if they eat raw eggs every morning and run 6 miles. I do not know what the standard off shirt dude does. If you want to know, shout out to Steph's Code.
People who have beard on their, yeah, beard.
And a mustache.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, it's very popular.
Yeah.
Why is that?
It looks
because
like,
it tickles?
For girls, like, it's manly.
It's manly.
Yeah.
Oh, we like our men.
Yeah.
Manly. Yeah. Okay, so how about tattoos?
Tattoos, it's okay.
It's okay.
Yeah.
It won't turn you off.
No, I won't turn that tattoos on their body won't turn me off.
Okay.
It's a good part. It's a good character that they have tattoos because it's their own art on their body.
Right.
Yeah.
All right, so let's talk about Personality. What are the red flags that you watch out for when choosing a man?
Being dependent. Those who relies on their parents a lot.
Oh,
Nowadays,
yeah.
it's a no-no for me if a guy is a player.
Hmm.
Yeah.
What are the top three most important things that you look for in a man?
The top three that I am looking for a man is first and foremost is maturity,
Maturity. Okay.
and then honesty. It's really important for a relationship to work if
Mhm.
they're honest to each other. And the third one is respect.
Would you date a guy who's an atheist, meaning he doesn't believe in a god or any gods?
No, it's a no for me.
It's a no for you.
Yeah, I would.
So priorities are a lot different. Maturity, religious foundation, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. These things are of higher priority than, if he's one woman minded. And trust me, if you are a dude that's doing whatever it takes to get the six pack, chances are you're not doing it for one woman. So I see why she feels the way she does. But yeah, she has reasonable, obtainable standards.
Was born in a religious family-oriented family, and I'd go for a guy who believes in God.
Would you like him to be also a Roman Catholic or
I don't matter.
Doesn't matter?
That doesn't matter.
doesn't matter if they're Buddhist,
Yeah.
Taoist, Islam? Okay, so doesn't matter which god you
Yes.
pray to. So okay, if you saw a cute foreigner that you're interested in, what would you do to get his attention?
I would rather just sit here and just flip over my hair and
The hair flip.
yeah.
Okay.
Because Filipino are so shy, and I'm so shy as well. Char.
Okay, so you won't do the first move to
no, I
ask for
wouldn't.
his number.
I won't do that. I would just sit here and just look at that person and just flip my hair.
Okay,
Gonna-
so you're just gonna sit there, look cute, or stare at him,
Yes.
make him uncomfortable
Oh
to
my
the
God.
point that he notices.
And yeah, they are subtle. I will say that you can scarcely tell when they're interested, which is why the ones that I met online.
You.
And then he was just gonna approach me. Oh, what's your name?
Okay, so Charmaine, pretend that there's 160,000 single foreigners right there in front of you. What should they do to date you?
Guys, you really should date me and be honest with yourself. Just don't pretend to be someone who's not you.
Mm.
I don't. Size doesn't matter, guys.
Okay,
Size
size
doesn't matter. As long as you're you.
What's your name and how old are you?
Oh, hi. My name is Chrisleen Bueno, and I'm
Okay. No, size doesn't matter to them unless it's too big. But generally speaking, they size is not a major concern. And I could tell because, and I'm gonna just flat out say it, I have reason to believe, and I'll explain that reason, that Filipino men have very small penises. And the reason that I believe this, one is their reaction to me, but two, they don't have larger condoms. Like I was hard pressed to find it. I was hard pressed to find larger condoms, and because they have like a 7-Eleven everywhere. They have 7-Elevens everywhere. But and those of you who have been, back me up. Like, hey, can I get a Magnum? What are you talking about? Like, can I get some Magnums? Give me some Magnums, man. The black box, the gold writing. Give me some Magnums. Get out of here. What are you talking about? So that's why, oh shit, there isn't a market for it. There isn't a market for Magnums. That's what leads me to correct me if I listen. I don't go to the other countries measuring dicks. So I don't know. I just say I have reason to suspect. I have reason to suspect that that's the case, and they obviously don't care because more Filipinos are being born. So there you have it.
28 years old.
Would you consider dating a foreigner?
Yes,
Is the age of the guy important or age is just a number?
it's just a number anyway, so it really don't depends. If it's the guy is older than me, so it doesn't matter at all.
Okay,
that's fine.
so
She's not hot. She is as big as they possibly get. And she is too big for me. And she will not be shy and give choosing signals. She will make it as overt as possible. And I get the feeling that girls like this make themselves extra available to black guys like myself.
you date someone who's older than you.
Yes, actually before.
Do you care about a guy's race?
Race, it's not really that necessary.
What if a guy is broke and he doesn't have a lot of money? Okay, let's say this is guy, you don't know him very well, and they ask you out, and you know that he's only got this small amount of pension and enough for his expenses only, barely surviving. Would you still go out with him?
He will be broke forever? No, that's a no to me.
If you married a foreigner, would you expect your partner to support your family?
Yeah, I do expect that one. That is our culture.
Okay, so if you expect him to support you,
Okay. Because people are talking about this chick and her size and stuff like that. Believe it or not, there are brothers who would embrace a woman like this in the Philippines. I've seen it. For one, because she's aggressive, meaning you don't have to. She makes herself available, and she'll make herself available to you. And because black men have a scarcity mindset when it comes to sex, we have a large appetite and a small plate, so to speak. So yeah, like we're not used to saying no to it collectively. So they embrace her primarily because they don't say no when it's available, and also she's smaller than their last girlfriend, and that's the kicker, especially in the South. She is smaller than many. I'm not going to say most. She is smaller than many black men's last girlfriend, or she's smaller than many black men's last sexual encounter. And she's more readily available to them. And generally speaking, and this is something that we have to work on collectively as brothers, we do not say no to wet opportunity ever. And it's making us look real bad. It's making us look real bad that we're walking around with a bunch of, trash and, crippled pigeons and stuff like that when we should be looking for exotic birds of paradise. It makes you look real bad. It's kind of like when you go to one of those expensive dinners with white people and you order something that makes it clear to them that you're not used to this quality of food. So do better in that regard. Don't just eat low-hanging fruit. And listen, if this is your type, this is your type. It is not my type. And I don't know if this is what Pablo was talking about when he said curvy. I don't think it is. But no, the previous one is my type. Y'all know I like to flip and float them. I like when I toss them in the air, they either hit a flip like a ninja woman or they float like a ballerina. That is what I want.
your family, would you support his family as well back home?
Yes, let's just case-to-base basis, just vice versa. So yeah.
How much do you think your family needs?
Oh my gosh, do I really need to answer that?
Well, just guess, estimate.
A net? Wow.
Yeah, net.
Oh my.
She is stroking her hair the same way black women stroke her hair. You got that segment?
But except hers grows out her head.
Except it grows out of her head, and
It
then
grows out. Yeah, it grows
then it
out.
gets packaged and shipped to her, and then and then another woman to be stroking it the same way. Oh, do better, black women, because it's too easy. Like stuff like that, it's a bad thing. It's bad.
And instead of embracing their own natural beauty and promoting it to the world, they will rather make excuses.
A question I want to ask.
Yeah, you got it.
Hey, I'm getting some feedback.
I hear you.
All right. Hold on a second.
All right. Well, in the
So
meantime,
who has the echo? Who has the echo? Where's
I don't hear an echo, so it could be me.
It's not me. I'm muted.
All right, hold on. Let me see.
Can you hear me?
Okay, so when I muted, I heard Rubber Band Man echoing. So who is causing the echo? Because I was muted.
Well, if y'all didn't hear an echo just now, I was muted, so it would be me.
Okay. All right. All right. Hey, look. The question I got to ask is this: ever since these B dubs have went on TikTok and YouTube and made these videos, just trashing other women of culture, I've noticed that other women of cultures from Latin America, Asia have been done videos, them pushing back and basically rubbing it in their face that okay, all right, since you want to talk trash about us, yes, we are openly trying to take your man. so do you think that this is just a declaration of war?
No, it's not a declaration of war. It's a declaration of sexual marketplace politics changing hands. Again, the American black woman and Western women have had home field advantage, and it's really going to get scary for these women once these women stop using that ridiculous term, "your men." That's when you know it's going to be bad. Once those women get to the point where once they start listening more to the Passport Bro groups, where men are telling them, no, they are not our women and we are not their men. We are free agents, and you women have a right to put your bid in for me. I'm open to it. Wait until women get to that point when they start saying, these men aren't your men. These men are free to do whatever they want and go wherever they want to. That's when you're going to see this whole thing pop off. But is it a war? No, it's what men have been dealing with forever. Men have been aware that they're in a sexual marketplace that's very competitive for a long time. It's just that now, introducing this international game to these domestic women, they never seen anything like this before. When have these women had to deal with these women who they always talking bad about? I always use the term BID, which stands for bigotry, ignorance, and defamation. And I call them BID agents for a reason. Most of these people that are anti-passport, their arguments can fall into either one category. There's bigotry, ignorance, or defamation. You see these situations with the ignorance piece when these women don't even know that what the Filipina chick was saying about her Negro heritage is an absolute fact. Their people came from Africa. They have Negro-looking people that are indigenous to the Philippines there right now. So when she's having these conversations, these women are saying, you're using the term black. They really believe that their 3% female population of black women on earth represents the other 97% of black women that are spread out all over the world. So now these women are starting to say, the passport bros don't have to keep defending their points. They've been doing it for years. Now we women are going to say, why we want you to stop cock blocking us. Wait until these women start using terms like that. Why are these American women cock blocking our bag? Why are they cock blocking our opportunity for love? Again, she said it, that 50K guy that's sitting in the American call center, that's on the same Zoom call as the Filipino P type of chick who's making only 13K, he looks extremely attractive to her. It's an upgrade for her because he would be in the top 10% in our marketplace. Then they'll say, oh, don't go over there, black men. The men over there will hate you, which is stupid. Why would the men be angry that these men with big pockets are coming from America and spending money? Again, if you got a guy who's like, let's say you rent a hotel and you want a local tourist, that guy maybe in his job, he only makes $15K per year. But you tell him, hey, I'm going to be here for a week. I'm going to pay you $100 a day to take me around. For him, that's like you giving that man $400 per day. Okay? That's like him making damn near $3K in 1 week just showing you around. Whereas in his job, he's only going to pull in like, $40 a day or something like that. But if he just be your personal tourist guide, he can make almost $3K a week. Why would the men there not want to take advantage of that? Are you stupid?
Well, see, the reason why that I asked that question, because a lot of times I like to pose questions than rather talk. The reason why I asked that question, and I want y'all point of view is I heard Ches Sade and once again our infamous dumb freaking Courtney Michelle, and they keep getting pushback from men to saying that we're not your men, but they keep using the phrase "our men." And
yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's very cringy. I wanted to touch on that too because I don't believe black men belong to me. Like that's disgusting. I think that I belong to any other group of men. I don't think that, and I think black men belong to any group of, like everybody's for everybody. I think that's very cringy to say our men or our woman because there is no community. Like everybody's dating interracially. Everybody's getting their fair share of snow. Everybody's getting their fair share of spiciness. I see black women with Latino men and white men. Like everybody's getting their fair share of everything. And those women, I hate those type of women who's coming online and bashing the passport bros from having their freedom to go wherever they want. I think as a Republican supporter and who believes in freedom of speech and freedom to do whatever, I believe in freedom. And I think that those men should do what they want. And those women who are bashing, if you notice, and if you look at them, they look disgusting looking. They look like they can't get a man. So those are just a minority, but the majority of women, especially black women, a lot of black women do not value the black community and vice versa. When a black woman get fit, when a black woman start exercising, they ain't looking for a black man. They're looking for a white man. They're looking for a Latino man. They're looking to make those beautiful mixed race babies. Like we want beautiful babies. We want beautiful mixed race babies. So we're not looking to even mix with black men. But my thing is, I just got an issue with like those type of women because they make the rest of us look bad, even though they're the minorities. I'd be in their comment section telling them, girl, go do this, go do that to better your life because why are you worried about these men? First of all, let's just say if you just got off of the airplane, I would never know that because I don't really care. I don't care about another man flying to another country. I'm still going to go to work the next morning and finish on with my life. My life will continue. So just like a lot of us are not really waking up early in the morning thinking about, oh my God, are the passport bros? Like, like nobody's really waking up. We have work here in America. We have this, we have that. If those men really think that this country is horrible, let them go. Let them explore their options and let them just leave.
I hear you. I hear you. But let's Pablo, you jumped the line. Let me go to Pablo real quick.
Oh, go ahead. So Game Changer. This girl that you showed right here, the little fluffy one, she is exactly what I was talking about.
Oh, I don't like them like that. You were saying brothers like that? I don't like that.
What I'm saying is this. The average Filipino man would call her fat, right? But
I would call her fat.
Yes, but the average middle of the road, most black men would not disqualify her based on her size. They would not.
As we should. I feel
I think black men should have options.
Right quick. I don't feel that we should be discounting our dick like that, Pablo. I don't.
I think I get done when I park my car. I want to show you guys this sexy Indian man that I'm dating. I want to show you guys this option.
You gotta muffle her, bro. You gotta put the muffle on her. She's out of control with that.
I agree with you, Game Changer.
Like with her saying all the stuff about black babies aren't beautiful. I don't rock with that. I assume she's
she wants to provoke controversy.
But her talking about she's gonna show these Indian. What is that shit all about? Like don't. What are you doing?
Well, they have the good hair that you like. They have the good hair that you like in the
we like it on women. We don't like it on men. We like it on women.
Why are you here with these kinky haired Negroes? I got kinky hair. GC got we some kinky hair Negroes. Why are you here?
Because I like the drama. This is about drama. This is not about getting black people. This is not about. This is not about. Listen.
The Indian guy.
Okay.
Here's the reality.
Okay, so Anna, it's not about drama. We're having a serious conversation, but you're welcome to come back if you have something serious to say. But no,
but Game Changer,
it's not drama for the sake of drama. If in the course of a serious conversation something dramatic needs to be addressed, that's one thing, but not for the sake of drama. So
Game Changer, to my point about this girl and her fluffiness is this.
Yeah.
Yes, black men should develop higher, better standards domestically and abroad. But see, here's what has happened. Domestically, Black American women have become so fat, so obese, that the women that men of other cultures literally turn their nose up and walk by the millions, for a Black American man who had an opportunity for this, who's just maybe an average guy, maybe he's a truck driver or something, he would jump at this. He would jump at this. And I'm not saying she's that horrible. She's not. But what I'm saying is there's a different metric. Their men judge their women on a metric much higher than the plane that's judged here, because the material, the material fit, feminine and friendly, is so much greater. When you have more of it, you can be pickier.
You're right. He's right about that. I've seen a brother here.
I agree. I agree. But what I'm suggesting that brothers do is, when you leave the States, leave your diminished standards behind. That is what I am saying, because it's a bad look. You know, if you ever been with somebody who's locked up and then, you know, they come to your house and then they just devour a pack of ramen noodles, you know that they've been locked up. Like, don't be that dude. Like, leave your whole prison mindset in prison. Like, because we come off. You seen Friday After Next when Damon met Money Mike. You know, he had his prison mentality.
Right. He wanted to strap phone books to himself. He got to get my arm on. Yeah.
It's like, hey, wait a minute, dude. It's like, dude, we're free and it's pussy around. Stop doing that. Stop. That's how we. I want, brother. I don't know it's difficult, but brothers, leave that stuff in Alabama and Mississippi. Leave that there. Leave that there. And it takes time. I knew a dude from Florida who moved out here, and he pointed out to me this overweight, light-skinned chick by Walgreens who was chilling. And he said, where I come from, and this isn't a shot at Florida dudes, even though I do take a lot of shot at Florida dudes. He said, where I come from, dudes would stampede over you to get to her. And I looked, I was like, you are out your damn mind. That is sick.
He's speaking truth to that. I mean,
but then he said,
realize where they come from also too. She's around the neighborhood hood guys.
He said he's from not Miami, Florida. Where he said that Florida is divided between Miami and not Miami, Florida, and he's from not Miami, Florida.
That's scary, bro.
But he's not around a lot of high quality type of women and everything. To him, that's like
apparently, and
stuff. He comes to California and North Hollywood somewhere, or Los Angeles. Yeah, he's gonna have a different perspective of what actual 7, 8, 9, 10 is. You know.
I agree.
But GC makes a good point when he says that if you black men are going to do the traveling, the reason to keep the standard high is so you don't repeat, so that the women there won't get the wrong idea and repeat the same mistakes that women here in the United States have. Because part of men have played a role in terms of, as they've lowered their standards, the women have lowered their standards. So when GC's making that point, it's a good point, because if you go to a place like the Philippines, right, and you start choosing the woman on the right, then the other women will start saying, okay, shit, I could gain about a 10, 50 pounds. And that's how it starts. Next thing you know, the men that come after us 10 years from now, they're going to be like, where all these fat bitches come from in Philippines?
Exactly. You have to draw the line. It's like 300. You know, you have to say, like, this is Sparta. This is where I draw the line. And yeah, you draw the line in Florida, but draw a different line in the Philippines. You know, make it clear, I don't play that here in your country. Now,
yeah, you see,
Dark,
it's like you see hood,
right
niggas.
Right quick, Mel. Then you got the floor. Dark Omen Sir says, I wouldn't call her fat. She's average. She's American average. She's Filipino fat. Once again, she's American average. Let's be clear. She is American average. So an adjunct
you just proving
professor,
your point, Game Changer, right there when you made that comment.
Yeah, that is my point. My point is that when you are in Rome, you fuck Roman women. You don't take your standards from wherever the fuck you came from to Rome. You go off of the heightened standards. That's what you're going for. That's what you're traveling for. What the hell is this? For an average chick? She's not average in the Philippines. She's not. I've been there.
No, she's below average.
Yeah, she's way below average, And these are the ones that come to me thinking that I want your mouth on my penis. I don't. I get that shit at home, and fuck it if I don't want it there either. So no, it's different. I demand more. That's what I came for.
That's a fact.
You got it, Mel.
Yeah, like I said, it's like taking the nigga out the hood, but can't take the hood out the nigga. I see videos of Passport Bros calling out these dudes doing the same shit they do over there, and then screws it up. For a lot of dudes that actually want to travel genuinely. Have some class. That's, what I'm saying? Don't act the same way you are over here. And then when you see stuff happen, especially if they get robbed or whatever, get caught up, they don't want to start crying and everything. But you can't act the same way you do over here in your home. You in someone else's house, someone else's backyard. Supposed to know how their customs are, how their class are.
Yeah, but
there's behavior and then there's standards. I want brothers to, of course, improve your behavior, but leave your standards behind, because
exactly.
And Sigma was right. They will relax their diet and exercise routine if they feel that you'll tolerate that. Make it clear that you will not tolerate that. That's my point. Oh, and by the way, the dude from Florida, my homie from Florida. He said that he had to get broken from it. It took a while, but he was with a big woman out here, and he wound up throwing up on her because he was so disgusted at the whole concept of it. So it does take a while to get used to quality.
Yeah, transition.
Yeah, exactly. So let me play some more of this song because I'm gonna end soon.
Let's just say $20.
$20?
Yes.
$20 a month?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that's not bad. That's just about 1,000 pesos.
Yeah.
So this chick said, "You're going to have to take care of my family." And the brothers in the chat room was rumbling. Y'all was rumbling. Like, taking care of and in fact, you was too, Mel. Like, taking care of the family. Like, why I gotta take care? She not taking care of my family. We'll take care of the family. Take care of the family. $20. See, we're so used to bitches demanding like a whole bag, Chanel or whoever the fuck is making bags now. That's popular. Like, because they have such ridiculous demand, we assume. I haven't seen this part. We assume that it was something ridiculous, but basically, she's like, "Listen, take care of my family for less than you pay for Netflix." I think Netflix raised their price. She's like, less than the thing for Netflix. We will appreciate you as the breadwinner for an entire damn family.
Hey, look. I saw this on YouTube, man. There's a brother in the Philippines right now. He's prior military. He married a chick from the Philippines, and he's retirement, former truck driver, retired military. Dude just built their family. He went out their village to see where she came from, and he saw the house that she came from. He said, "No, we can't have this." The dude built her family a brand new house. House wasn't even fancy. I think it cost him maybe $500 to build a new home for him and stuff. And the family worships this brother.
See, they don't get it. See, the thing is, Rubber Band Man, they're bad at math. And
exactly.
they actually let the white liberals tell them that math and logic doesn't matter. When you actually try to break that down to them, if I try to explain it to people like this. If I came to your job tomorrow and said, "Hey, Mel, I'm going to give you 4 times what you're getting right now. Like you making 50K, I'm going to boost you up to 200K. Why do people not understand how that would dynamically change your life? Wouldn't that change your life a lot, Mel, if tomorrow you went from whatever you're making now and I gave you 4 times that amount?
Mm-hmm.
So why don't they understand
I can't see myself taking care of our family like that. Like, my responsibility supposed to be towards her. And now I got to take care of her mother, father, uncles, aunts, all that stuff. I've seen this happen with a former friend of mine who, he married a Filipino, live over here. And he's always broke most of the time, always struggling and stuff like that, overworking because most of his money being sent to her side of the family so much. And I'm like, yo, what the hell? Like,
hey, he's not being forced to do it. He signed up for it. I'm not trying to do that.
Exactly. Stupid move. Exactly. And when she was saying that, I think when she asked her, okay, I think she asked her, would you take care of his family, whatever? And she kind of like stuttered or something like that. And I'm like,
it's a different culture, man. Like, over there, you remember now, those countries are a patriarchal society.
I know.
You know what I'm saying? So
therefore, that's why I called Cap on it when she was trying to act all girly, whatever. Especially when you asked her the question about the race issue, and she's kind of like was real indirect with the answer. Like, the race matter to you? She was all like, I don't know, not really. Well, like obviously it does matter to you to some degree.
Well, it seems like they always bringing up these weird arguments like those women over there don't speak English. The woman that's interviewing, they both speak English, and English is still the most spoken word, language in the world. And these women are proving it right here because they speak pretty damn good English. And then it's this argument that, like, for some reason, a lot of Americans that are anti-passport, they really believe there's no such thing as like BRIC countries or G20 countries. They really believe that the United States is the center of the universe.
Because they're dumb.
Yeah, and that's what it is.
They don't do their education. They don't travel.
So then I'm enjoying seeing how their heads are exploding listening to these women. This same woman is the one that put out that video with the 15 points of rejecting the anti-passport propaganda. And now here she is going around speaking to other women. They all speak English, bro.
Mm-hmm.
In the Philippines they speak English.
What you got to remember too. But being myself prior military, the U.S. military had an army base and an air force base there. So therefore, so even though they still have the army base, but the air force base is gone.
Well, they were once a territory. They were once a U.S. territory too.
No, they weren't. They petitioned to become a U.S. territory, but it was it was a treaty that was back in the Reagan era. They petitioned to be U.S. territory, but that fell through. You had almost a civil war breakout because you had some Filipinos that want to maintain their nationalism, and some want to be a territory.
I thought that after the Japanese American War, they were
no.
Well,
yeah.
That area history is fuzzy. I'll defer to your expertise.
GameChanger, did you talk about that Asian chick that was going around trying to put passport bros and black men on blast? That average looking chick on TikTok?
No, I didn't do that.
You're talking about the Ku Klux Korean, right? The Ku Klux Korean?
Yeah,
exactly. Like I still can't get over that damn chick talking about she's white blooded. Like,
but she's not really a true Asian, though. She admits herself that she was raised in the Midwest by like a neo-Nazi family. So that's why
she's a self-hater. She's like a female Asian Uncle Ruckus from the Boondocks.
Yeah, she really is.
Well, no, it is interesting that she accused black men of self-hate, while she obviously isn't really checking for Asian men like that. So
exactly.
It's kind of weird, but no, I just let her breathe because a lot of brothers did a very excellent job of covering her. So
okay, yeah. I was waiting for you to cover that. I mean, if not today, I probably might be tomorrow. But yeah, I want to see your take on that.
Yeah, somebody says she's a Twinkie. So yeah, they have a lot of names like that for themselves. Like Twinkie, Bananas, stuff like that, and a lot of Asian girls openly embrace titles like that here. So yeah, I've seen it happen. I don't really trip on it too much.
She's just a trash bin baby, Ku Klux Korean. That's what I call her, trash bin baby. She got serious, deep issues, bro. Because it's her.
Well, I mean, I wouldn't say that. Like Asians are more eager to assimilate than blacks. I will say that. I understand why, and it's obviously working to their advantage. socioeconomically speaking.
But is that a simulation though? Why is that considered simulation?
Not the socioeconomic aspect of it, but it does make the greater society more comfortable in working and dealing with them.
I get what you're saying about the overall, but I'm talking about this specific woman that he brought up, this Ku Klux Korean, because
well, she says she's white in the inside, but no, she's just listen, I'm not gonna even. I guess I could do a show on it, if I get enough cash out here.
Don't even do it again, but don't do it. Man.
Yeah,
don't do it.
She's a hippo.
Hey, look, man. Hey, look, man. When it comes down to this, man, at the end of the day, when brothers start making moves, everybody's gonna come out the woodwork. As long as the black man is cool with being at the bottom of American society, everybody's happy. But the minute when the brother says, "No, I'm not gonna be bottom of American society. I'm up out of here. I'm gonna do better for myself."
Facts.
Everybody has a problem now.
And that's why I like what
But you know what's funny though?
That's why I like what GC
still
said
a
about
small percentage group, and the black women feel so threatened by them for making moves. Like, damn, like
because why? Because it's the cleanup man syndrome. The cleanup man is no longer around. You can't come to him after Pookie and Ray Ray and Swirl Mountain. Like a good example is Carrie Champion. Right? Carrie Champion and Jamel Hill got ran through by those white boys at ESPN. Same with old girl now, Malika Andrews. They get ran through by the white boys. Swirl Mountain. Then as soon as they get fired and the white boys kick them to the curb, then all of a sudden they trying to run back to the black guys after they've been trashing black men for years, and brothers have had enough. You know what I'm saying? And they're leaving. And they say, you know what? We're done with it. And when the black man decides that he's not going to be the bottom rung, the butt of joke. Come on, man. Come on. You guys know it. In the 80s and 90s, man, everybody joked on black men, so always wiping out freaking somebody else's mama with kids. Everybody joked on it.
Well, yeah, that's the lie that they can no longer put out there. What I'm gonna do is, Anna, I'm gonna need you to be real quick, and then I'm gonna play some more of this, and then we'll go back to the panel because.
No, I just want to say his question. I don't think black women are like, once they date or get a taste of interracial, I don't think they come back. That's just
bullshit.
my opinion on it.
That's bullshit because the biggest Anna, we know that's a lie because the biggest voice for swirling on YouTube was a woman by the name of Crystalline Cares, and then she spent the whole decade encouraging younger women to go visit Swirl Mountain. She came back to a black man after 10 years, so you're lying.
Oh, well, maybe when she's older and she can't get another white man, probably.
It doesn't matter.
Wait. So you're saying? Let me ask this.
Older.
Not every black woman is into black men, though. Like, I'm not into black men.
That's a small percentage.
Okay. Wait a minute. Let me say this. That's bullshit, Anna. Because when Classy Young Man cammed up, you literally said, "Ooh, you so sexy. I want to get on my knees and do whatever the fuck you tell me."
Was he light skinned? Was he light skinned? Okay, the diluted ones, yeah, but the African looking ones, hell no. I don't want that.
It doesn't matter. He's still black, no matter what shade.
No, he doesn't look like an African. I don't want that. I like those diluted.
He's still black.
Okay, I want. Okay, as a colorist, I'll take the lighter ones. It does matter because I don't want dark ones. If I say I want a black one and they bring me a dark.
You obviously haven't been to Africa.
This woman
they got him too.
Hell, she dark herself. She dark herself.
For a woman that claims that she hates black men.
Hold on, right quick. Let me.
Let's just say 5'7" or 5'6".
5'7" or 5'6". So he doesn't have to be a, 6 foot tall basketball or a football player. Okay.
My bad. I had the mute button on. But she said 5'6", 5'7" also. They have a different definition of tall. A completely different definition of tall. And even P, when she said 6 foot, 6 foot is not a basketball player, at least not on any team I know of. Because I'm 6 foot. And I happen to know that those dudes tower over me. So yeah, they have a completely different standard of height.
So what about body type?
Oh, I really like not that really has those six packs on it, but I really like those like a chubby something, but not that really big belly. So it's just medium,
Medium. Okay, meaty.
Really
Medium fluffy.
Yes, that's
Okay, so not a damn because there's like a 5 level of fluffiness.
Yes.
Okay, so what about facial hair?
Oh, I really don't like
Bearded guy?
bearded guy. I really don't. I really hate beards. It's really irritating me. It's like kind of itch here. So
Okay, what about a mustache?
No, it's a no to me as well.
All right. How about someone who's got a neck beard? Like, it's just here.
No, I really don't like those beards. Something. No?
Okay, so no, you want someone who's clean and
Yes.
okay, clean and shaved. Does that apply also down there?
Not really because it's nakatago.
Okay, so it not necessarily because
Yes.
it's hidden. What about someone who's
Okay, so go for it.
Oh, that is one thing that I have noticed, and this also particularly goes with Latinas a lot. I find that women, particularly in Latin America and Asia, have a greater appreciation for men who are clean cut. That's why I told Kevin way back when he was on, he would frequently guest on Obsidian's show. I said, you would kill in Latin America. I said, because Latinas like men who are well dressed and who are clean cut. And
I've shown that all women like that.
Nah, I agree.
Not in
with
the U.S. Not Black American women.
Even some older, probably like around 30 and up, Latinas and stuff like that over here. They're the same way also too. They're like a man that's clean cut, well dressed. It's like that's their version of a masculinity older man.
But what I noticed, particularly with Black women in the U.S., then I just did a show on this, is that Black men who are more clean cut have enough cultural edge for them. They want the trendy guys. They want the dudes with the braids and the beard and the tattoos and
give example. Give example.
I can show you better than I can tell you.
Well, no, okay, so the guys that women champion, not just Black women, tend to be clean cut. We're talking about like the Brad Pitts, the Leonardo DiCaprios, the Michael B. Jordans, the Idris Elbas. Rarely do I see like a full Santa Claus looking nigga or a Hell's Angel nigga that white women just say, "Oh, he's sexy," and
I'll give you a perfect example. I'll give you a perfect example with that. I'll give you a perfect example with that. Let me use an old school group, the group Kiss. They was definitely getting bitches like crazy, especially Gene Simmons. And to you, a lot of people that probably would turn off because he looked like that wild boy and everything. Now, a lot of females find him sexy. And I'm glad you mentioned about the biker boy types. Some females actually like that also too, and stuff.
Granted, there is a some women have bad boy fetishes. I will say that, and I don't think that that's limited in the Philippines either.
Well, I think there's a larger cross section of women in Black America who want, they want Future. They want.
But Future is clean cut, isn't he?
No.
That's
not what I'm talking about. No. They want Pop Smoke and you name the rapper du jour of the week. They want that guy.
Little Wayne.
Right. They're
not
into.
Well, okay. They want who he is, but they don't want what he is. Like, they're not calling that nigga handsome. I mean, like,
they want to reform.
I mean, they like him, his music. So there's looks, money, and status. I'm saying that, listen, a guy with money and status, and bad boy is status to women who seek such a thing. So, but they're not complimenting his looks; they're into his status. Take a look at this. This is Future. It's not like when I think of somebody that's not clean cut, I'm thinking like
That's not.
I'm thinking like a Hell's Angels.
Hold time out.
That's
Come
not
on, hold on, man.
That's the point I was making. Yes,
Lord
some females
Harvey,
not-
find
but
That's not
Michael
clean
B.
cut. That's not the clean cut. No.
Come on, man. Lord Harvey
Well,
broke
he's
up
not
with-
as clean as Kevin, but I mean, he's not dirty.
He's not
Listen,
as clean as
but
Michael
I
B.
think-
Jordan. No.
No, I
So
agree.
he's-
I agree.
He's not
What
as
I'm
clean
saying-
as
what
Russell
I'm saying-
Wilson.
So
No,
what Pablo was
what
talking about
I'm
the
saying
hair.
is there's different levels of clean, granted, but I don't really see like a dude who's dirty with no status getting played like that. I don't. Take a
Go to your
that
local high
Stockton dude.
school. Go to your local high.
No,
Go to
take
a
well,
HBCU
let's just say
Yep.
let's just say take that Stockton dude, right? That burglar that got all those women panties moist, Jeremy Meeks, right? He's just like a clean shaven dude with hygiene and shit.
Yeah, you can find. Yes, you're going to find exceptions, game changer. But again, I go look up.
I'm not saying that one is preferred. What I'm saying is that, okay, I'll use myself as an example. I stay lined up. Every now and again, I let a little bit of time go by. Like now, I'm letting it grow out, so I'll be ready for Christmas and shit like that and New Year's. So, it's like no sense getting cut now and then having to go in a couple of weeks and do it again for New Year's Eve. So yeah. However, I'm not under the impression that if I just went out and became like a bearded nigga, with sloppy clothes, that I'm gonna get more pussy. I'm not under that impression. In fact, I probably lose out. I think I might even lose out if I just became like a bush nigga.
And I think we reframing it wrong with the non-clean cut type. More like the edgy, you know what I'm saying, rough.
Well, no, I get it.
Look and everything like that.
What I'm talking about is a street aesthetic.
Yes, the street
Yeah,
style.
man.
That's not.
Or even this type day age now with the skinny jeans hanging behind their
What Black
behind-
American
behind
women
their-
like is a Negro who could, like as they say, be corporate and then go and do a drive-by.
A reformed
Gotta
Pookie.
echo.
Pookie, yeah.
Power.
So
I'm hearing
Power.
echoing, yeah.
he's not gonna
All right.
have it's a package. It's a package. It's not just your hair or your clothes or this or that. It is a package that comes with street slang, that comes with a style of hair, that comes with all of the other trappings, a certain style of jewelry and dress and the whole thing. Let me give you an example. I've told this story 1,000 times. Before I got married, I went out on a date with a sister girl, American Black woman, right here in Atlanta. And she says to me, you know what? You should date white women. And I said, why do you say that? She says, because you don't try to impress me. You're not flashy. You're just regular. And the light bulb in my head went off and I was like, oh. And I immediately understood who she was talking about and what she was talking about. And if you don't understand it, game changer, maybe you've been in California too long.
No,
And you need to move around.
California
Bay
isn't
Area,
different.
nigga.
Well, yeah,
It is
okay,
very
well,
different.
whatever. I mean, California isn't different in the sense that there's always going to be women who are attracted to bad boys. It's, that's what that is. That's not,
They want that new little power.
And maybe it's, and I'll give it to you that it's hyper accelerated in the Black community. I get it. I was just saying that what she was talking about, clean cut. I mean, y'all tapped into something completely different because she wasn't talking about bad boy versus non-bad boy. She was just talking about clean cut appearance, And so I'm thinking, like, to me, DMX is a clean cut dude. That's what I'm thinking. Like, but y'all talking about something different. So yeah, I mean, which is an interesting topic.
You said DMX is clean cut? DMX?
He's clean shaven. What are you talking? I'm talking about in his movies, at least.
Nah, but I
think you see his
mugshots. Got a little ruggedness in his face.
DMX is not clean. He wouldn't be described. No one would describe DMX.
No, I'm talking about in appearance. I'm talking about like grooming. Okay, that's what I mean. I'm talking about grooming.
Yeah, we're talking about more than grooming.
I think
they're talking about these women here, Sigmund. They're talking about grooming.
Grooming is an aspect of what I'm talking about. It is an aspect. It is a major aspect.
No, because
it's not.
Because some Pookie Ray Rays, because that's what y'all talking about. Some Pookie Ray Rays are groomed. That's why I brought up Jeremy Meeks. So we're talking about different things. That's why I was like a little lost in the conversation. So these chicks here, they're talking about grooming. That's what she was talking about, beard and stuff like that. She was like, do you want them clean shaven? And that's what they're talking about. They're not talking about bad boys versus non-bad boys. And,
I think there's an aesthetic that goes beyond what you're saying, GC, as far as...
No, I agree. Well,
because when you put DMX in there, I'm just saying, I don't think of... When I think of clean cut, I think of someone like Carlton from Fresh Prince. He would definitely be considered clean cut.
Okay, yeah. Let's put it out there. Blair Underwood is
Blair Underwood is clean cut. Yes.
Yeah. So that's what y'all talking about. Y'all talking about a personality type.
No,
they're talking
the look type, the whole
they're
type.
Talking about a grooming. They're talking about she's talking about facial hair, fellas.
Yeah, we talking about grooming. Yeah, we get that, but we being another perspective about
it's a package.
Yeah, like here's the thing. Like we talking the point of looks are subjective. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, some people find rugged, everything sexy. Some people find dirty look sexy. Some people find
he said dirty
clean cut look sexy. Yeah, like you know what I'm saying? Yeah, I mean that happens also too. Yeah, like shit. To me, and also to the person that is looking that way. Like I could give myself an example. I remember a long time years ago, this chick that I met in this in this Dunkin' Donuts. She was like 20-something years old and stuff. And I felt like I wasn't looking my best that day. I was just in casual wear, work wear, and rugged in the face, like not shaving. Like me, that's not clean cut. But she found me attractive still that way. So it's like, yeah.
All right, you meeting chicks in Dunkin' Donuts. She pre-fat now.
It doesn't matter whatever it is.
You gotta weigh her every other day.
It doesn't matter. Don't try to.
I'm messing with you, brother.
The reality is, some females
find certain looks
attractive. I know you are. That's what I'm counting that. But reality is, some females find certain looks attractive, and this looks are subjective. What's clean cut to you? There might be different definitions of clean cut and everything.
What I'm saying is y'all were adding a personality aspect to it that I didn't add before. That's all I'm saying. Like I wasn't looking at it from a personality spectrum because here's how I was looking at it.
We wasn't talking about that.
Here's how I think I was looking at it. Let me show you. All right, because I mean, and I mentioned have like a different thing, and these I don't think any of them. I don't know their personalities like 100%, but I don't think any of them really classify as anything. But I mean, this is how I look at it. Not clean cut, not clean cut, not clean cut, not clean cut. Clean cut for Mr. Let Go, and maybe clean cut for this dude here. That's how I was looking at the question. I wasn't even, and I don't think any of these dudes are Pookie or anything like that. That's how I was looking at the question. Like, that's what clean cut is, and that's what it, like personalities aside. Like, yeah, that's how I was looking at the question. So, yeah, somebody said move on. Yeah, let's move on.
Well, Pablo didn't finish saying
Oh, my bad. Pablo, you have something?
We wanted to know what happened. Pablo said that the woman told him that you're too regular, but then it's just like everyone just went in a different. I want to know what happened.
Okay. You there, Pablo?
Pablo, you still there?
Well, while he's coming back, Deformed Pretty Boy says respect that GC. Appreciate you, brother.
Yeah,
Appreciate
I'm here.
You. Okay, let me read this last one. It says
so
his tongue was out like a cartoon dog when he seen that truck with legs. I think you're talking about an episode of Family Guy. But no, I do know who that Kiss guy is. He's the guy with the long tongue. I mean, their attraction to him is more like the costume that he wears. Like it's cultural. It's but he's clean. Unless you like one of these, bearded type. Okay, let's move past it. But go ahead and finish the story.
So what happened was absolutely nothing, because I realized and she realized I wasn't her type. I was, as O'Shea would say, I didn't have enough nigga juice.
And I'm gonna be honest.
Yeah.
In my opinion, I don't know. I would have to be in a situation to read the body language. From how you describe it, I think that you were definitely her type. Women don't just take the time to tell guys whose type they are not, that they are not their type. Does that make sense? Like, I mean, the fact that she trying to kind of like brought that to your attention, that's kind of like me walking up to Rihanna and saying, I'm not into light-skinned girls. I mean, like, that's from how you describe the story. And correct me, fellas, correct me.
She said it very matter-of-factly. But you have to remember, this is a Brooklyn, one of these New York City, Brooklyn girls, right? And so when she said it, and yes, the tone that she said it in was very matter of fact.
Damn, matter of fact.
Yes. And so it was not taken as, oh, you're
girls.
into me.
What that mean?
It was not taken as, oh, you're into.
Like I said, I didn't read I wasn't there to read the situation. I trust your judgment, but from how you described it to me, it sounds like she was into you.
How long were you dating her, or talking to her, whatever?
I mean, it was on. We had maybe been out 3 or 4 times. Not much. It wasn't much. It was
all within a 1 month period. This interaction with her.
Roundabout, yeah, within a month or 2.
So that kind of GC, you still feel that way that she was attracted? Because if it was only 1 month, maybe she was just filling them out.
Yeah, I do. I mean, from what I can tell, and black women do that. They lead with, you look like you only into white girls. They lead with stuff like that. And then, which is their way of saying, it's just psychology. It's just like their way to try to get you to, well,
there's
seems like a whole
to
bait
that,
thing
though.
that they do from time to time.
But when they say that, there's a meaning to it. And what it means is, you are not behaving culturally in a way that I am.
I know. No, I know what they're doing. I know what they're saying. I mean, listen, women in general won't let you know exactly how into you they are. They just don't, because they don't. Yeah, they don't want to. They don't want to lose the leverage that they have. Even this Filipina chick, they hint at it. And a lot of things what black women do is they be like, they don't want you to get a big head. They don't want to inflate your ego. So they're going to say like, oh, you look like somebody I'm not interested in. Like, what the fuck is that? Like, well, it's obvious that I mean, to me, I don't know. But like you say,
Okay.
So
if you're right, wait a minute.
Way of doing things.
If you're right, and she was sending me big, bold, giant choosing signs, she was right.
Now, were you digging her?
Wait a minute. Because if I can't pick up black girl choosing signals, maybe she was right.
Well, she was.
Well, no, I mean, she obviously. I mean, if that's your choosing signal to the black women that's listening, then you have issues, because you don't want to lead with a negative. I mean, the fact that you're trying to, use such tactics.
Pablo, how much were you digging her? I'm just curious. How much were you digging her before she said that?
I was digging her until she said it.
Okay.
And then to me that's a flashing sign abort mission.
Because I've been in that situation before where a black chick said to me, like, you seem like you would date white women. Somebody got an echo. I've been in that situation and instead I leaned in and it worked out perfectly. It was like we never even had that conversation again. So GC does make sense. Some of those women use it as like a dating tactic or whatever.
Hello, can y'all hear me?
We can hear you.
Yeah,
Okay.
Yeah, I hear
Yeah,
you.
it's really no, it's probably me. I don't know what it is though, but let me play some more of this.
I like a chrome dome.
No, I don't really like that.
So how about tattoos?
No, it's a no for me, tattoo as well.
What if you saw a very cute foreign guy and you wanted to get his attention? How would you do that?
Oh my gosh.
Would you pretend that you dropped something and then you're just gonna bend down
What?
slowly? Char. So how would you get his attention?
Maybe I'll walk there.
Okay, walk.
Yes.
Walk like we're young. Okay, so
Yes.
you walk towards them and then what? You're gonna say, hey,
Hey.
I see you. Okay, so what would you say?
Yeah, I prefer your tricks.
Oh, yeah, my tricks. Okay. Hi there. Please tell us your name and how old are you?
I'm Jean, 29.
Jean, 29. So
This is another Filipina big girl. Like, I didn't see this video. I only saw the first chick, but the rest of them aren't looking too hot. The first chick is younger too. Here, let me see if I could find one that looks worth a damn. All right, here we go.
But you really have to know them first before you decide that you don't like them.
okay, so you wouldn't just judge them because of their race.
Yes.
What if you married a foreigner? Would you expect him to support your family?
I will talk to the guy and I will tell that before I get married to him, I'm supporting my family, giving 10% of my income.
Well, at least it's it's only like 10%. It's not like the IRS. Would you also be open to support his family?
Oh yeah, he can support his family. Yeah.
10% is like paying child support without the child. You paying adult support at that point. Now, I do feel, can y'all hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay. I do feel that 10% is capped, meaning that if you make 200,000, the family is not expecting 20K. And I do feel that cap is probably around $500. Just my thoughts.
You want to get married someday, and do you think you're a wife material?
Yes, I'm a wife material. Yeah.
Okay, tell us about it. What can you offer a man?
Aside from having a good talent in something that you can expect from me, so
oh, I want to know the talent. What?
Okay, somebody say I'm not giving 10% to no foreign. Okay, y'all don't understand. I don't think that she really means 10%. She's thinking like a foreign. Okay, you know that $20 that the last chick said? I think that is what. I think that is 10%. I think that she's used to getting with dudes that make $200 a month, and he should give 10%, which is $20. But like I say, if you make 50K, I don't think that they expect 5K a year from you I doubt
that's
that's
a
the
fucking
case.
job over there.
Yeah, exactly. Well, that's the entire family's job. I seen another thing with Filipina P where she was talking about how much to pay your maid. And she said it was like was like $2 to $3 a day. So if that's what they're making, then that comes out to roughly about what is that, like $90 a month?
Yeah,
But,
I mean, tell me what you got to realize too. Just being private military, you know what I'm saying? Their whole financial system overseas is way different from ours. So a lot of times, you brothers, I'm not saying y'all, but brothers, you can't take that. Those in the chat, you can't take the U.S. mentality of finances over there. Over here, yeah, you may wind up forking out someone $20K. Over there, it might be just like GC said, the $20.
yeah, exactly. So they're not expecting 10% of an American salary. That is just unheard of.
That's why you got to maintain the standard no matter where you're at. That's why you say no to fatness. You say no to giving a chick 10 and 20%, and you become the complete man here and there. That's why I think you don't lower the standards, because when you start changing the rules, now you're impacting the marketplace in a negative way, because if you start giving them US dollars to that extent, that destroys the whole natural dynamic that would play out. Because now you're like, if you're giving $1,000 a month to this chick, again, you just replaced her employment over there. You're giving her more than the American banks that she works for. Why would you be giving a woman more than the American banks that she spends 50 hours a week working for? That's just stupid.
Hey, man,
the sex worker market is a perfect example of that.
Matter of fact, man.
Go ahead, man.
Go ahead.
No, I was finished. Yeah, I said the sex worker market is the perfect.
Well, how's an example of that? I don't.
Well,
you're saying that foreigners are overpaying sex workers?
No, what I'm saying is, just like Simba was saying, all right, and that, yeah, you know what, you might be right on that point also too. There's some dudes that might overpay a chick, and that happens in the sex worker market also too. When you got one chick, pardon me, one chick that probably might be charging like $50 for some good sex, and then she meets a guy that overpays her way more than what she's asking, so she get immune to that, and now that's what she feel like she could up her prices that way and stuff.
Well, yeah, Filipina P talked about that too, as it applies to the maids, to where it's not that they will up their price; it's just that they'll leave. Like she gave an example. She said, "Say you have a maid and you really like her service, and you want to just give her $10 a day." Well, from her point of view, once she gets, a couple of months in, like, it's $300 a month, 2-3 months, since she's eating your food, because these are live-in maids that she's talking about. So they're saving this money. So, after 3 or so months, she got $1,000 and she's going to feel rich, and then she's going to quit. So even though that $10 a day may not mean anything to you, you want to do it and you want to help her out. You did change the market, and she took that $1,000 and she I don't know, started a small business or something like that. But she's rich. And I'm pretty sure the same thing applies to hookers, to where if you overpay them, if you pay them $1,000 as opposed to $40, they'll just take that and you won't see them again for a year or so.
Yeah, because you know what, that's them changing the market when they see a particular market that's willing to pay that price, that new price she's charging, and she's going over there. Why would she go back to the lower value where she was at? No, she's gonna feel like, you know what, I get away with charging this much with this percentage of people that's willing to pay that, and now they start paying new prices.
Hey,
so right quick, right quick, let me read Turkey Hill. Greatly appreciate you. It says, her Filipinas don't like facial hair because Filipino men don't grow facial hair. Makes sense. And for me, it's like when I go to the DR and find a chick with hair on her arms, it's normal for them. Yeah. Orientals in general aren't really hairy people. And that's why they can ladyboy real easy. And sometimes it's hard to tell because they don't grow hair like the men don't grow hair like that. So yeah, on their legs or chest or anything. So, that's a true statement. Thanks a lot, Turkey Hill. Anybody else before I press the play button again?
Yeah. Hey man, good example, man, of what King Sigmund's saying. Like I'm not a big fan of his because he takes shots at SYSBM, but he is a good example. No, it's Richie Mack over Zoom to Thailand. I mean, Richie hasn't dropped his standards one bit with his lady. Yeah, his lady hits the gym on a regular basis. She works out on a regular basis. You know what I'm saying? Like just like King Simon said, Richie hasn't lowered that standard one bit. You know what I'm saying? While they one episode, you know what I'm saying? She actually caught Richie looking at a dark skinned Thai woman. So what happened? You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? His lady started tanning in the sun. You know what I'm saying? On to take her skin and darken it a little bit. So basically, King Simon, you are right about that. Don't lower the standards and stuff.
Yeah, and I co-sign King Sigma on that. All right.
Talent.
I can go extra,
Oh, you can go the extra mile.
Yeah.
Oh,
Out of the box,
Out of the box.
Yes.
Okay, flexible.
Yeah.
Are we still talking about qualities here? Describe your perfect partner.
I love a man with the eyes that can tell a story
Oh,
and quiet, but
quiet.
wild something.
Okay.
I love that someone that you can hug and like a pillow.
Oh,
Something like
a
you can
huggable
hug,
guy.
huggable, yeah.
Okay, so a little fluffy on the
Yeah.
side. Oh, okay. So what about tattoo?
I don't know, King Sigma. I think that these chicks really have like a dad bod thing going on.
I mean, I'm gonna have to find out for myself because I'm listening to her, but I'm just picturing a scenario where they're saying this and they got a table. Let's say that these black dudes that are over there, and you got the dad bod guy. And again, remember, in America, since we have the most competitive sex market, our fitness for the men that actually are getting sex in America tends to be extremely high. And I'm just having a hard time believing it. And I haven't been there yet, but I'm just picturing this fluffy dad bod guy in the Philippines sitting next to your typical American guy that can get sex over here easily, and her saying, "Oh, nah, you too fit and athletic, and your muscles are bulging too heavy. I'm gonna go with this bet." So you might be right. I have never been there.
Well, I'll put it like this. I'm gonna say like this because I've been there and I can't tell. And the reason why I can't tell is because there aren't any off shirt niggas there. I haven't seen like one like at the beach. I haven't seen like a Steph, Hodge twin, Michael B. Jordan type dude there at all.
Okay, can I explain? Actually,
right quick, Pablo. Let me just say this. What I have come to conclude, Sigma, is that I don't think looks really matter at all to them. And Pablo can back me up on that. Like the difference in physical appearance between the man and the woman is dramatic. Like you'll see a dude that's 50, a little pudgy, balding, and I'm not talking about balding in the sense that black men go bald and they just shave the whole damn thing. They're really on some like George Costanza type balding. And these are like the day-to-day couples just walking down Robinson Mall and stuff. Like that's what I seen there, to where it leads me to conclude that physicality is almost completely unimportant or not that important to them. In fact, it actually would not really work against you, but it doesn't earn you any points.
It does work against you, and I'm about to explain why.
Okay, so yeah, explain. Because I had the feeling, because they classified me as handsome, the women there, but they didn't just drop their panties, because they would just tell me that I was, but like the ones I was telling you that I'd take my picture, but that was it. It ended there. Like, okay, bye. Like, so, but no, you tell me. You got the mic, Pablo.
All right. So there's actually a video with Filipina P interviewing a Filipino woman about this issue. Muscular American and European men. They don't like it. It's cultural. Imagine this. The average Filipina is very petite. You're talking about 5'2", 105, 98, 110, 115. They're little women. Imagine some 6'4", 215, 220 guy with a bunch of muscles. They grow up in a culture where if a man is abusive, he could kill her and not a whole lot might be done, or very little, or there's not like a big domestic violent protection mechanism in place in their country. And so they see men like that as possibly being dangerous to them. She said it in a video. If you go to her channel and research it, it's there because I saw it.
You know what? I see the same thing over in down Morocco too. When I was stationed in Morocco, I saw something similar to that.
So they don't view that muscular built dude in the same way that American women view him.
See, so they won't deal with nobody with President Arnold Schwarzenegger or Sylvester Stallone.
They just want a guy with a regular physique. Just a regular
physique.
And matter of fact, the girl, the on the Filipino girl that came over here named Rosie, that's got a YouTube video. She's with a fluffy black dude, and that fluffy black dude.
You guys are experts on this, but I mean, to speak to what you're saying, Pablo, I didn't know that the average height of a Filipino chick was only 14. That's incredible to me. That's crazy.
Yeah. So 14. No, this is out of their mouth, not mine. They said it right here on one of her videos.
I mean, I'm convinced. Now, so for you, Pablo, because you've been a lot of places. How warped is the American dating market from your perspective, being a black man and everything?
It is upside down and sideways.
Hey man, I can speak on that because when I was stationed in the military and traveled overseas, been to like 52 countries, it was easier to talk to women. I mean, a lot of times the women step to you. I was in France and on the coastline of France, southern France, and especially if you a brother, the women step to you. I was young then. If I knew what I knew now, homie, I would have stayed over there.
Damn, 52 countries. So what made you, because for someone like you who's been to that many places, what made you decide to come back here? You know what I'm saying? Because 52 countries, a lot of guys, they will just stay in one of those countries and they never come back. Why did you come back?
What you got to remember, I left home running. One thing I have no problem telling my story. I left home running from home. You know what I'm saying? I grew up in a single parent household, I was surrounded by black feminists. I joined the military to run from home. Then I got caught up in the pro-black movement. You know what I'm saying? And I had friends who were trying to keep me overseas. I had friends in the Navy, like, look, bro, just look, stay over here, man. Don't go back to the States to go to school. You can go to school here, you get a better education. But I was caught up in the pro-black movement, because I was exploring the world, and I've been to Africa, went to the pyramids, and I was really looking to find out who I was. You know what I'm saying? Really who I was. And I got caught up in the pro-black, so I came back and went to Hampton University. And that was probably the worst decision that I ever made in my life. You know what I'm saying? Because after that, I transferred to VCU, Virginia Commonwealth University, and I felt more at home in a diverse university than I did at an HBCU because I've been to 52 countries. So I've been to the Colosseum in Rome. I've dated, Italian women. Went out with Israeli women. So I did all that stuff, but I was so young back then. I really didn't. I didn't appreciate it like I do now. That's why I'm the biggest advocate for SYSBM and Passport Bros. I didn't even create none of them. I'm the biggest advocate for it because I've been to these countries in Poland, to the Netherlands, and I've seen the whole everything y'all talking about. I saw that in my 20s. I saw the femininity. If a woman wants you, you know what I'm saying? 9 times out of 10, especially as a European woman, they're going to step to you. You know what I'm saying? They're going to shoot their shot. They have no problem with shooting their shot. So, that's why I tell brothers, you know what I'm saying?
So you went to an HBCU and then you got locked down with an American chick or something like that?
Yeah, man. I got locked down with a chick from the Caribbean or from St. Croix, because St. Croix is a U.S. territory. And I dealt with, because, you know what I'm saying? BGS said this. He said, your mother will raise you to accept, if you're not careful, your mother will raise you to accept women like her. And I actually got with a chick who was kind of like my mother. And she came from an all-female family. The men in the family were weak, you know what I'm saying? And I came in with masculinity, testosterone. And for 14 years, that black woman and her mother, them, worked overtime to try to break me until I basically got away. So that's why I look back now. That's why I look back, even though I got a friend of mine who says, well, it was a lesson. I kind of feel like I wasted 14 years of my life because I was trying to do that, as the Courtney Michelle say, black love and the black family. And I realized, man, the minute that I got away from her, my life did a 360. I'm talking about I'm on the verge of basically leaving my job and working my business full time. I'm getting my passport. I've made a lot of financial progress that I was stuck with this black woman for 14 years. So that's why I tell brothers, I hate to say this, but no black man will achieve the success that he wants being with an ABW here in the States.
Damn, bro. Well, let me get this super chat because GameChanger had to step away to do something. So I want to shout out.
Go ahead.
Life on a Budget. He donated $50. Salute to that brother for supporting the discussion. He says that I'm actually in communications with a couple of Filipinos right now. Well, Chowhound, I got to give credit to the brother Citizen Luke because he just made up the term. He said the Million Filipina March, and that was based on what the Filipina P chick said. And I mean, bro, this thing is about to explode in 2023 because, again, you got to look at it from the standpoint of the progression of this conversation just over the last 6 months. And now with these women jumping into the conversation, because there's a severe incentive for them to embrace this movement because they become the big beneficiaries of it because both parties are getting what they want. The men that are making that move over there are getting what they want, and these women are getting a serious upgrade to their lives. So I think that you're going to see more and more black men that embrace that ending up where you're at, Chowhound, where they're starting to have these international conversations, and it's just a matter of, getting that ticket and bouncing.
Hey, can I chime in on that right quick? Kind of piggyback on that. Yeah, I saw an interview between Ches Sade and Dennis Brule, and Dennis Brule said one of the realest things, and it's almost like someone hit Ches in the face with a brick. He said, look, he said this passport thing, bro, is growing, and he said it's growing fast, and he said some brothers are going to stay overseas. And he said, some brothers are going to come back, and they're going to come back with their foreign wives. And he said, they're not going to go live out in the mountains and hills. They're going to be right next door to you or somewhere 5 blocks away or whatever. And he said, their children, and he said, their sons, you know what I'm saying? He said, they're not going to go to the black church. You know what I'm saying? They're not going to be hanging out with you. And he said, their sons, you know what I'm saying, their mothers are not going to let their sons date your black daughters. And for that incident right there, it's almost like Chad, like someone had threw a brick in Chad's face. Like she was like, what the heck? And he said, why? Because he said, the mother is going to tell her son, this is what your father was trying to get away from. Do not dishonor your father by bringing that in the house. You know what I'm saying? This thing is about to take off. The passport and the SYSBM, this thing about to take off.
I don't agree with the father in that scenario. Thanks for reading the super chat, King Sigma. And thank you, Chowhound. I appreciate you. You are in the matrix. I appreciate you. I don't really agree with parents saying that because that is depolicing your kid. Like I would teach my son to avoid certain qualities in women that a lot of black women unfortunately possess. But if he could find one absent that, say a Sweet Melody Speaks or a Danica Marie, and she's married, Shay Sade, Chantel Simone, like, don't overlook it. Don't avoid the personality and avoid the culture, not the individual within it.
But GC, can you see where he's coming from on that?
Yeah.
I'm not saying he's right. I'm not saying I agree with you. I'm not saying he's right, but that's a point right there that because you got to remember too, Courtney Michelle and what's his name, Alan Obi, are pushing this racial purity thing because I think SKC said, I guess SKC had an interview with Alan Obi, and Alan Obi, said, well, aren't you afraid your children aren't going to be racially pure. I think that's what he was trying to tell the SKC because SK, and his wife is Asian. So you got to remember now, you know what I'm saying? They're trying to push this racial purity thing now.
See, it'd be one thing if they push something like that and they stuck to it, but then they complain when other people do it. See, that's my issue with a lot of these hoteps. They'll push a certain kind of policy, but when other groups that have more power than them apply it to them, then they call it racism and they cry about it. Like, for example, when GC was showing the video, when he was showing the video earlier with these women going after the Filipina chick, you saw a progression of stress over the course of the 3 videos that he showed. In the first video, when she was saying all these things about black men, she was spry and she was perky and excited. But as more and more of these American women engaged in her, you saw like a level of stress over the course of these videos to the point where she was like, damn, I can't win for losing right now. If I say this, you say I'm wrong. If I say that, you say I'm wrong. And she just, she was flustered and she gave up. And it's weird because when these other groups apply these kind of standards, the same people complain about it. So if that girl was talking about some racial purity type stuff, these same women are over here begging her to talk about them. They literally asked this woman who probably has no reason to talk about Western black women. And they're like, but you don't put out no videos about us. You don't take time out of your day to promote our Afrocentric beauty. This is what I don't understand about these people.
Why? Because King said, well, this is, I keep telling you, I say it, man, this is all out war, man. Because I remember I forgot who said this on the YouTube channel. You know what I'm saying? These white girls are pushing back. There's a chick named Booty Bree. The freaking Booty Bree is married to a black man, got 2 black kids, and the BWs are trying to dox her, find out who her family is. She getting death threats because right now, I forgot who said this, but he as a matter of fact, there was a Latina who was beefing with black women on Twitter. You know what I'm saying? And I sent it to Baba Tuna. He's gonna do an article on it. She basically telling these black women, you know what I'm saying, you treat your men like shit. You put them down. Or she said, this is what she said. Everything in Latin America is not about sex trafficking or selling sex. She said, basically, she said, told him, you treat your men like shit. You know what I'm saying? You're overweight. You don't work out. You don't even wear your real hair. You know what I'm saying? Then you wonder why your men come down here, fall in love, you know what I'm saying, and don't want to come back. She said, basically, get in the gym, you know what I'm saying, and go see a therapist. You know what I'm saying? These other races of women are getting tired of the BWs, and they're pushing back.
I mean, they've always felt this way from what I know, from what I've gleaned. They've always felt this way, but they are now bold enough to say it.
Exactly.
Like this is the stuff that Filipino American women would confide in me. But they would never say it to a black woman because she's 4'9", 95 pounds, and the black woman is 5'10", 295 pounds. So they don't say it for the, and she comes with a crew. And she comes with a crew.
You couldn't fool me because last year, remember all those Asian fights in the salon? It didn't look like those 5-foot Asian women cared too much about them big bras. They was in there in those salons. Remember last year, all those videos?
Oh no, yeah,
but they had backup pieces. They had backup pieces.
But no, that is when you are at your wit's end. That is when you are at your wit's end with a group of people to where you do not care. Because like, don't get me wrong, like you come across John Jones, you be quiet, but he can push buttons to where you do not care. You're gonna cause as much damage to this motherfucker before he, like he grab your girl's tit in front of you and shit. There is a boiling point to where you don't care about your own bodily harm. And these fat bitches, they done stole so much shit from their weave thing that she's like, I do not care. I am going to kung fu the fuck out of this bitch. I've seen those. And it is funny, but those chicks seem like they are at their wits' end. Like this is not the first person that stole some weed from her.
See, and that's the expression that I saw in the chick that you were showing in the video over the course of those 3 is that you saw the perkiness leave her face. And what these women don't understand, that's one of the reasons why a lot of American black men, for example, are going to these other groups of women. It's because of the kindness, the perkiness. And that woman saw for herself, like, damn, this is what these women are like. So she can probably start to empathize with the men that are like, I don't want to be around a woman like this, that's so miserable that she drains the energy out of you. and they should be more careful about allowing that image to get out there. But I would say, I hope that the men will keep their standards, because when you have like these foreign women start getting the wrong impression, because again, they're listening to what we're talking about, but they're also being influenced by the sisterhood, and you got to be careful of allowing them to get away with stuff like, yo, mama told you to do this. Nope, don't. You got to tell these women, hey, no, let's not do that. Let me explain to you. I don't like when you act like that because you're becoming masculine. Or when she was making the comment about passport bros versus passport king. Now I get it. She wants men to call themselves kings, fine. But there are areas where you have to check her and tell her, this passport bro thing, this is something that black men, we created amongst ourselves, and this is unique. This is one of those areas where you need to check yourself on. So I just don't want black men to get into this way of thinking that you're going to have one standard here and another standard there. Man, maintain the standard across the fucking planet, bro.
Agreed.
I agree.
I agree, man.
All right. So Mr. Shane Vicious says, Black love is similar to the American dream. It is an idea to sell you to keep you on the hamster wheel that keeps the machine running. Absolutely. Absolutely. Listen, it only works if both sides are all in. You know, the Black community, it requires both sides to participate fully. You know, it requires that both sides give the best to their counterparts. And without that, it's a no deal. It's not, community means that. But for whatever reason, Black community seems to be limited to where a Black man sticks his penis. But yeah, so.
Well, because I can say,
let's continue.
Go ahead.
Oh, I love men with tattoos. But what about he's got a tattoo near his crotch with his ex's name?
Oh, what the hell?
Oh, I don't love that one. Would you date a
That was
guy
oddly
who's
specific.
not religious, who doesn't? Why? Tell us
Oh, this
why.
one's cool.
I just want to experience new things because I've dated Filipino guys, but I think it's exciting to date foreigners.
Okay, fair enough. Are you open to any races?
I am very open to all of the races out there, but lately I am more attracted into Middle Eastern looking guys.
Is the age of
there you
the
go.
guy important?
I will date guys who are like 30ish or 40 above, but I would limit myself and just say no to guys who are 60 above or something, because there are also girls who love to date like guys of that age.
What about if a guy is broke? Would you still consider?
And I have seen that, like I was describing. I have seen that where the woman would. I have seen like a lot of age gap relationships. Like I say, these are regular girls, like the ones sitting here on the couch, and they do get with these George Costanza dudes. And somebody was saying like they're doing it for American dollars or something. I'm talking about the couples that are their own. You know, like I'm talking about Filipino on Filipino couples consist of that. Consist of women who are significantly prettier than the guy is handsome. And he probably wouldn't be considered rich by American standards. Like these are the standard couples that I've seen. So it's an interesting dynamic. And it leads me to conclude that, I actually had a Filipino told me that, that they consider it foolish for a woman to get with a guy based on his looks. Like it's a reflection of poor judgment on her part. So, and it probably would suck, especially if you're a guy who works very hard to compete in the looks department to appease American women, and then you go and it doesn't really work to your favor anymore.
I mean, come on, man. You got 40-year-old Bernie Burgos who done had plastic surgery like crazy, still trying to compete with girls in their 20s. You know what I'm saying? I mean, come on, man. That's still going on right now.
Well, the marketplace, like you guys were saying, the U.S. marketplace is so warped. You say she's trying to compete. In terms of the American marketplace, she's actually out here, kind of competing because people keep talking about her. I seen her with, she got another NBA player every other week. So That's just how odd that the American marketplace is that the 50-year-old woman, it's like they're supposed to be like a transfer of culture at some point among generations.
Yeah.
But it just seems like in America, there's not going to be this transfer. Everyone is in it in competition with each other, no matter if they're 18, no matter if they're 55. Reason why? Because the traditional family is dying a very slow death in the United States. So there is no incentive for them to worry about transfer of culture. That's why you have Bernice Burgos competing with the Glorillas of the world or with the Bill Harvey chick of the world, and it's like nothing.
Yeah, I want to pose a question because all right, okay, we'll take Bernice Burgo has a 16-year-old daughter. Okay, no, get it wrong, she's an attractive woman. So she's into fitness and all that, but she didn't have massive plastic surgery to keep that body like it is. All right, then you have someone like Laura Harvey who got her a top tier black man, and Michael B. Jordan, top tier black man. And she dumps the top tier black man to go run for the of the streets. What I'm saying? It just baffles me, man. So the question I'm asking y'all, man, what is going on out here for these women to complain about not getting the top tier black man? They get one, then they basically get rid of him.
But I don't think women like her are the ones that are complaining. No, it's the women like Lori Harvey aren't complaining. She was actually making fun of the fact that MJ proposed marriage to her, because again, that's the whole imprint thing. She was imprinted by men like Future, and, Diddy and his son. I mean, come on, bro. So, I mean, when you say that, it doesn't seem like a woman like her is having a problem getting access to top tier men across the spectrum. She just has a taste for a certain kind of dude, and that's what she has a taste for. So I don't think I think it's the average at best, the below average at best type of chicks that are the ones complaining. It's not really those kind of females, because again, they're on the cock carousel of the 10% dudes with no problem. They just trade off on guys every season.
Okay. I can get with that answer. I can get with that answer. Yeah, it makes sense.
Dating him?
If I like that guy and we have that connection, and I think that I am attracted to him, then why not? They should date because they see themselves with that person 10 years from now, 20 years from now, or until they get old and they will have kids and they will live together.
Yeah, so it's not just like games. If you married a foreigner, would you expect him to give money to your family?
That is the mentality of others that I want to break, because I want to prove to people that we, the Filipina women, can stand on our own. I will never ask for that.
So you'll never subject your husband to be pressured to financially support your family?
No, and I believe that if I introduce a foreigner boyfriend or a foreigner husband to my family, I am very confident that my family will never ask from him.
Some Western women are accusing us Filipinas that we're only wanting to go to the West because we want a green.
Did this chick got shoes on?
That's my favorite part of the video right there, what you just played, bro. Which I love that. I love that the women themselves are now taking the microphone and rejecting all this. These women are poor. These women are dumb. I love what she just said there, man.
Yeah, I agree. I agree, but I mean, it's having an adverse effect. I don't want to affect their culture in that way. Like when people have a standing culture, and that is the children support the family, the children support the parents because the parents supported the children. It may not be in line with American culture, but I get it and I respect it. And if I were to marry a Filipina chick, I would do so in respect to their culture. I would understand, like, listen, that's the way it worked. Because really what's happening now, if what she says is true, her parents got the short end of the stick because her parents supported her grandparents and her parents supported her. And then nobody supports them. They got the short end of the stick.
One thing GC got memory too, man. This is the reason why I say it's an all-out war. It's because the men are leaving. You got to remember, man. You got to remember, what I'm saying? This passport bro thing, You know what I'm saying? Has inspired ain't just black men. This passport bro thing has inspired white men. It's inspired Hispanic men. I mean, so therefore you're seeing a group of men leave for another group of the non-traditional women. You know what I'm saying? And the women here who aren't traditional, they're scared because if these men start leaving, you know what I'm saying, all the blue collar, white collar guys, you know what I'm saying, the system starts to crumble automatically.
See, I think the point that GC made though is something that brothers should consider though, because with him saying the whole thing about messing up the ecosystem like that, I think brothers do need to be realistic about that. It depends on if you're looking for something casual versus long term. If you're a guy who you're really 100% committed to like some kind of long term relationship with these foreign women, then I do think GC makes a good point that you really should be committed to their culture as well if you want to, because again, we don't want to create a situation where we're turning other places into just a lower version of the United States. If you're going to do it, go all the way, embrace the culture, and respect their tradition. If the tradition happens to be that you're going to have to take care of her direct parents, then you really need to think about that before you get into a marriage with one of these women. I agree with you on that.
True.
Yeah, I mean, because think about it. Like, I mean, what if you didn't do that? Like, what if you were to marry her and have a kid, and you were to go with her new philosophy, and the next thing you know, you wind up in a nursing home, and they say, "America, bitch," like it's like, oh shit, I lost the thing that I came for, which was their culture. You know, so I would just be careful of that with this chick.
Card, the green card.
Yeah. What are your thoughts on that?
That is mostly what I am seeing everywhere. I think they should break the stigma of looking down on people, especially on Asian women.
Mm-hmm.
This year, it's 2022. I mean, people here are educated. People here can find a job that could finance them.
She thinks that the stereotype for Oriental women is uneducated. That's spectacular.
Shit, not here.
And buy them whatever they want.
Yeah, Filipinos that earn their own money here. It doesn't mean to say like I don't need a man or something like that. We don't.
It's never like that.
It's never like that. We enjoy the company of a man, obviously, but we don't want to be a burden. In short,
exactly. And it's not that we earn for ourselves and we are independent. We feel like men are trash or we don't need men in our lives. Of course, personally, I want to date a man. I see myself having a family, having kids, living happily with the person I love. Some women think that they are so high, they don't need anyone in their lives.
Right. Yeah, good luck with that. They'll end up alone and they'll have.
Oh, dang. Who is she talking about there?
The American black female. American black
Can you
female.
be more obvious? She said in an accent, they don't need a man. Like, Jesus. This is
shot fired. Shot fired.
See all those bigots that were saying that dirty feet stuff. These women ain't feeling that shit, bro. And now they're starting to hit back. It's gonna get even worse. Watch.
I tell you, all out war.
Yeah.
All out war.
Yeah, it's bad because they have the security of the internet. They don't have to worry about, a 295 chick coming after their 4'9" ass. So, and they have like the Pacific Ocean to protect them. So yeah, or the Atlantic, if depending on if you're on which way you travel. But
she said that with a nice little smirk on her face, a little smirk.
Shots fired. Shots are fired.
Yeah. All right, let me play some more.
I know some will choose to be alone, but some of us choose to have a family.
Yeah.
Of course.
Yeah, I wanted to have a family and be a mom. Describe to us your perfect partner.
5'7" and above. Most of the girls would say that they want the.
Okay. Now, from what I could tell, she is of abnormal titty size for a Filipino girl. So her height requirement is higher than all of her peers. She said 5'7" and above, which her peers was like 5'6" is tall. I want somebody tall, 5'6". So maybe she's taller, who knows? But she does have and trust me, 5'7" is still not a huge height requirement by any stretch of the imagination.
Well, they're only 4'10" for the most part, GC. 4'10" is their average height for the females there, and it's 5'4" for the men.
So damn.
I was shocked when I saw it. Like 14.
Man, you 5'8".
Is like
good lord.
These chicks.
Yeah, man.
These chicks are like beanie babies over there, bro.
Yeah.
Okay, so is that what that looks like then? Because most of them can just put their head on my chest. Well, and like the pictures. No. I mean, but I still thought that was 5 something. But no.
Nah, when you look at the chart, I looked at the chart earlier for the world heights, and it said that the Philippine man is 5'4" on average in the Philippines. What it said.
Okay, so these chicks are just looking for something above average. Yeah.
Yeah, basically like, damn man, like, you 5'9", you a giant to them.
You could just one arm press these women, bro. Like you could literally grab one of these women by their waist and just like
one arm press. He's a one arm press.
Like, here in America, man, we used to dealing with these like thoroughbred type of built type of chicks. We might break one of these chicks on the first try.
Like I say, unless you're pregnant, I don't care about stuff like that.
The kind of body that looks like that guy goes to the gym every day or every week.
Oh, so
But I think it's
she's
weird
more like
that
we.
I find myself
wait.
attractive to they call it the dad bod.
Oh,
But
see,
they don't
I thought she was agreeing with you, Sigma, but now I think that's a thing with them.
I mean, the evidence is definitely on your side on this one, bro. I'm gonna definitely find out.
I'm telling you.
Yeah, it seems like you made a convincing case, man. They backing you up, so.
Hey, look.
Yeah,
I keep telling you, there's a chick named Rosie. Her cousin has married a black man too in Ohio, and that brother's on the chunky side, but that brother owns a fleet of trucks. he owns a fleet of trucks.
Well, I'm
Dad bod is not Homer Simpson or Peter Griffin. Don't get it twisted. Dad bod is who has a dad bod?
Like Bill Cosby type.
Basically,
Bill Cosby. That's a good one.
You're a
Bill
dad
Cosby
bod.
had a dad bod. Bill Cosby, young Bill Cosby, not young, but Cosby Show. Bill Cosby had a dad bod.
Basically, that's 20 to 25%. Like if you're in a 20 to 25% body fat range, that's dad bod range.
Yeah, it's dad bod.
Yeah, exactly. Which makes sense. I mean, it makes sense that it does seem like a weird, and this isn't me shitting on the off shirt niggas, especially the ones whose job it is to be off shirt. Shout out to Steph's Code who teaches this. Shout out to the Hodge twins who teaches this. Outside of that, it is an abnormal amount of time. It's an extraordinary amount of time to put into that.
I think you're talking more about beach body though, because like
that's what I mean when I say off shirt nigga. What do you mean?
Because like when you talk, see, there's a big difference between a dad bod and a beach body guy, right?
No, what I'm saying, King Sigma, when I say off shirt nigga, I'm talking about the single digit body fat percentage dudes.
I know that's what you're talking about, but
I'm saying that the work that it takes for that is taking like that work, that effort has to be taken from somewhere.
Yeah, and what I'm saying is that I think there's a middle ground so you're talking about like 7-8% body fat, that's elite. What I'm saying is that there's a space like 10% to like 18%, which is a pretty fit damn dude.
Yeah, I agree.
And I'm just saying, I think that when they talk the dad bod and the single digit guy are extremes to me. You see what I'm saying? Like those are extremes to me. Whereas
I think when I was thinking dad bod, I was thinking closer to like the 18% because 20 to 18 is not a huge jump. But yeah. No, I was talking more like that. That's what I was saying. Like dad bod is not like the Homer Simpsons of the world.
Yeah, but what you're describing really ain't a dad bod though, because dad bod would be a guy that's like 20 to 25% body. That's what I'm saying. Because think about it, like obesity for a man starts after 25% body fat. So what I was saying, that range is usually like 25%. Whereas what you just said with the 15%, that's a pretty fucking fit dude, bro. If Yeah, that's a pretty fit guy. That ain't no dad bod guy at 15% body fat.
No, 15 is obtainable for a regular guy. A 20% guy should put in the work to get that 15. But, to get that to 5, and I think that that's what she was condemning, because 15 is not necessarily 6-pack range. It's not. And 15, even if you do have the 16%, depending on how it's distributed throughout your system, it's still not a defined 6-pack.
Right. You are right about that.
So I think that she's like, I think that these women, but particularly her, because she mentioned the gym dudes and the time that they spend, like, listen, that's a waste of time and energy to go from 15 to 7. You get the whole chiseledness, and you get to kick a nigga off the thing and say, "This is Sparta." You get to do shit like that, but it's like, damn, can you spend some time with me?
I'm telling you, dude. Hey, you go to YouTube, look up Rosie the Filipina, and because her cousin got married, and both of them are with brothers. And the dude that Rosie with, his family owns a chain of a family chain of restaurants, black family in Ohio, and her cousin is married to a black dude that owns a fleet of truck, and both of them are not on they're definitely on the extra fluffy side. You know what I'm saying?
But these girls, be careful. These girls are not saying extra fluffy. I think that they're just like, don't be that, don't be that kick a nigga into the well dude. Like, don't, that's not necessary. They want you in the home, like, don't get outrageous with it, to where you're past 25, like what Seema was saying, which I agree with. You on some Homer Simpson, Peter Griffin shit. That's just not cute to any woman. But they're saying, like, listen, but don't be 20 hours a week in the gym when you could be at home with me and the kids. Like, so they're balanced. That's what I'm saying. It seems like they have a balance.
See, I think that's great, because a man's focus should be on being a more competitive, careerist out here, or a worker out here. And I think that's why I was asking Pablo from his perspective how warped he thinks it is, because I know I'm warped. I'm fucked up. I'm not gonna lie. I've been in America all my life. I only understand this marketplace to the point where I just always thought it was a normal thing for a man to have to excel at his job, have to excel in the gym, have to excel in the bedroom, because that's the standard that I understand in America. So when I hear you guys talk about this marketplace and you see these women that are just gorgeous by American standards, and you're like, damn, you could, the fitness part is like, as long as you stay at a C level, that's considered great. That I gotta admit, that's definitely something new for me to hear. You know what I'm saying?
Once again, it's only 24 hours in a day. And if what they're saying is you can excel in the gym, however, you're taking that excellence away from other aspects of life. Like, it's like, listen, it seems like they're saying, like, listen, if I have to choose between a man that reads a bedtime story to the kids every night, or a man that spends that hour or so on the treadmill, I would choose the bedtime story. I think that's what they're getting at. But sea level is fine. But yeah, because like I say, I'll be the first to admit, I don't think I'm ever again, if I ever was, going to be a single digit body fat percentage dude. That's just, it's I don't have the time. I don't.
Was he get you? Well, you also too, man. I got the being in the Republican Party here in Virginia, and because we got a lot of Filipinos in the Republican Party here in VA, especially out here in the beach area, and a lot of them are with black men, and these black men aren't like The Rock. You know what I'm saying? These are your, you know what I'm saying? They got a little gut, but these, you know what I'm saying? But these brothers have successful businesses. I think that plays into the equation also. I think that these women, I think Dennis Sproul said this, man. He said, look, he said these women, these foreign women, because they come from a patriarchal standpoint, they know how to pick out a good man. So it doesn't matter if he's chiseled or he's got a little flab on him. If he's a good man that's going somewhere and building something, saying these women are going to latch themselves on, have families and have babies. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And that's something that the American ABW has not figured out yet, and I don't think I don't think she's trying to figure it out.
Well, I think that fits into something that me and GC talked about months ago. We used to talk about like the dimorphism between like American men and American women. It sounds like from what you guys are saying, the women over there, they want to be the beautiful one in the relationship by far.
Yeah. Yeah.
And over here, it's not like that. The women here, they at least want you to be as equally as beautiful, even more beautiful. That's what I'm getting at.
Yeah, that's exactly how it works.
Okay. Okay.
You know, like here, you know, when a groom walks down the aisle, everybody stands up because he's the handsome one, you know. But there, no, they want to be. And Aisha Curry admits that as well. She's like, listen, I don't like that my husband is getting more attention than I am. And, you know, she's referring to like the type of attention that women get, like turning heads and stuff like that. And, you know, all the men just turn and drop their jaw. And when they turn and drop their jaw, they say, oh, crap, that's Steph Curry. Shoot a 3-point for me. Or a 3-point, you know, like she don't get that. And not because he's particularly handsome, but because men like him for other reasons, obviously. So women feel a certain type of way when they're not the one that garners the most male attention. Like that's just a natural order. The women are supposed to be like, we're built for war. We're supposed to like come back like all scarred up and pieces of spear stuck in our eye and shit. Like, yeah, the concept of a man more handsome than a woman is pretty is a very new and very niche one, which is primarily in the Black community.
Yeah, but one thing you got to realize in the Black community, man, this thing is flipped over. I think like King said, you from the Minneapolis, right?
Correct.
So out there, the Black women out there got to compete. You know what I'm saying? They got to compete out there, right?
Yeah, that's kind of why. That's why I gotta get confused when I hear these stories from the brothers in the South, because I only know an environment where everybody's competing. So it's interesting to hear the brothers from the South talk, because I can't relate to them on that level.
Right, because okay, a good example is April Mason. All right, April Mason is from California. Okay, now April Mason is a curvy, attractive Black woman. Okay, but April Mason. Okay, she used to be. So April Mason left California because she couldn't compete to go to Atlanta, where was per capita, as OJB Jackson said, the baddest Black women are moving to Atlanta. That's their last stronghold right there.
Okay, so what we have here is, you heard of Brexit. We have a Fexit. We have a Fexit.
Okay.
Basically, and there is a herd of fat ass Black women that are moving back to the South in order to find men. And I've seen it here. I see it on this end, and they do say that before leaving. You know, I'm going to go to the South. I'm going to go to Memphis. I'm going to go to Atlanta. I'm going to go to what's that place that I heard in Louisiana, New Orleans. Like, I'm going to go. I'm going to go there because they know how to appreciate a woman. I'm going to go to Jackson. Like, they go there to find men that'll tolerate their fat ass. I kid you not. I've seen it on this end, and we do not give a shit.
You know, you're right about that. I'm from Mississippi, and my family in Jackson, Mississippi said there's been an influx of Black folk from California moving to Jackson, Mississippi.
Yeah.
Hey, GC, before you start the video, I want to tell you that I think I figured out what causes echoes on the StreamYards.
What's that?
When someone's talking, everyone has to mute up. The non-talkers have to mute up. What happens is that if you're talking and other people are not muted, that's what causes the echo.
Okay. I'll work on that. But I'm about to close down. After this, I'm about to go to Chantel Simone's on her Pull Up On Me. And then at 5:30 PST, I will be at Sweet Melody Speaks. She has a special guest who is also Passport Bro. So we're going to stick with this topic. If a moderator could put the link to Chantel Simone and Sweet Melody Speaks video today, then that's where I will be later on. But I'm gonna listen to this last chick, and then I am done. Because she's actually one of the more interesting ones.
Dad bod?
They don't have the abs.
How about a little
The
beer belly?
average one. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. The beer belly one. They call that with the term dad bod, like the daddy body.
The daddy body.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So, what about a guy who's bald?
Yeah, I was once attracted to a bald guy. He looks so good and he looks so fresh.
So fresh.
And he just, when you look at him, he just looks like he smells so amazing.
Mr. Clean. Would you date a guy who's not religious?
That is fine as long as they don't criticize other people for their beliefs.
Mm-hmm.
Then it's fine.
What are the top 3 most important things that you're looking for in a man?
Number 1 is loyal to me. Number 2, adventurous, because I am an outgoing person. I love try something new, jump off a cliff, tried swimming with the whales or something. So I love to try new things because I believe that money will come back, but we will never be 24 again. Lastly, respectful.
If you saw a cute foreigner, how would you get his attention? Would you walk up to him and say hi?
Yeah, I will be friendly.
How?
And say, hi, are you here for a vacation? What a first move.
What a first move. So you wouldn't mind doing the first move?
No, I wouldn't.
You know me, guys. I just had to ask. Circumcised or uncircumcised?
Oh,
Oh my God.
Okay. All right. I don't need to know because no matter what, I'm not changing it for your ass. All right. So, final thoughts, fellas?
Thank you for having this stream up. I really appreciate you highlighting these women speaking in their own voices. I think in this past world conversation, too much surrogacy has been happening where everyone's speaking for these women as if they're not human. And what you see is that these women, they're human definitely, and they have their own expectations, their own agenda, and they're definitely coming for all of those that are making them out to just be some impoverished victims. So that's a Western mentality, this victim thing, and these women are rejecting it. So I give them props and props to you, GC, the fellow panelists in the chat. You all have a great evening.
All right, thanks a lot, King Sim. I appreciate you.
Hey man, the war has started, man. These women are starting to push back. GC, I've been listening for a while, man. I appreciate you letting me don't pull up, man. No man, just keep me doing, man, because your topics are definitely intriguing, man. I freaking love your topics, man. Holler you later. Peace.
Peace, brother. Peace.
Yeah, thanks for having me up, GC, man. Yeah, good topic. Definitely.
All right. And thanks for coming up, Mel.
Definitely.
Somebody said this is a long stream. Yeah, it is a long stream. I'm gonna chop it up, but yeah, this is a long stream. All right.
Yeah.
So with that, I'll go for it. You got it. Okay. So with that, you guys were generous. So I'd like to thank the Cash Apps and Super Chats, managers and moderators, those who listen silently, and those who participate in the chat. Make sure you hit that like button on your way out. As stated, I will be at Chantel Simone's right now, and then I will be on Sweet Melanie Speaks later on. This is GameChanger 00100. Game over. Peace.